Good evening. I want to take this time to welcome everyone to our special called City Board of Directors board meeting for today, Tuesday, March 29th, 2022. Madam Clerk, if you would, please call the roll.
Director Miller.
Here.
Director Richardson.
Here.
Director Webb. Here. Director Peck.
Here.
Director Wright.
Here.
Director Wyrick.
Present.
Director Campiris.
Present.
Director Phillips. Director Adcock.
Present.
Vice Mayor Hines.
Present.
Mayor Scott.
Present. I now ask City Director Virgil Miller if he would please give us the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. Would you all bow with me for a minute? Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we're so thankful to be here, Father. We so precious a time as this, Father, we ask that you be with us. We ask that you give us guidance. We ask that you give us wisdom. Father, we pray for our residents in the city. We pray for a reduction in the gun violence. We pray for those who have fallen prey to gun violence and their families. Father, we ask you be with them. You surround them with love and understanding. And Father, we pray for our first responders. We ask that you be with them. They have a very tough job to do. And Father, we ask that you be with us during this time. We ask for wisdom. We ask for guidance. We ask that you be with us as we go through the business of our city. And we say this prayer in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. May we all please stand for a pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members of the City Board, as I shared last night at our State of the City address, our city has been on the move as it relates to jobs growth. We shared how Indeed.com has already ranked the city of Little Rock as one of the top 10 fastest growing cities as it relates to job openings and the ability to bring jobs to our city. That is a direct result of this city board and your policy decisions on how we've been able to truly implement strategies alongside our dear partner, the Little Rock Regional Chamber of Commerce and various other entities, particularly the Little Rock Port Authority under the leadership of Brian Day, as we all know, a former colleague of the city of Little Rock. We're so grateful for those partnerships and the ability to drive business development, to bring more companies to our city. As we shared last night, we've brought over the last 3 years and announced close to 8,000 new jobs. Today, we called a special call meeting to continue and adding to that tally of new jobs, new investment, and more payrolls here in the city of Little Rock as we continue to lead in jobs development and jobs growth. I want to ask James Reddish, who is the Executive Vice President of the Little Rock Regional Chamber of Commerce, to please help me announce a new company that's coming to the Little Rock Port Authority by the name of Synthesia. He will give more of the details. And I also ask Brian Day to please join James Reddish as well to continue to share the partnership of the Little Rock Port Authority alongside the City of Little Rock, its Board of Directors, and the Little Rock Regional Chamber of Commerce, because this is a clear demonstration of our teamwork and our strategic partnerships that help us lead the way in jobs growth and jobs development.
Mayor, thank you. Good evening. City Board of Directors, Mayor Scott. Again, James Reddish, Executive Vice President with the Little Rock Regional Chamber on behalf of our CEO, Jay Cheshire, who's out of town. We welcome you and we greet you this evening. It's exciting always to see the fruition of many months of work, in this case, well over 10 months of work with a company and a consulting party nationally. This is an international company that has been able to whittle down its options throughout the country here in North America, and ultimately find the right location in the Port of Little Rock with Brian's help and the Port Authority Board. This is a company which we'll be hearing more about here in the coming weeks and months as they begin their construction and implementation of this project. But suffice it to say, you'll see that this is an investment of approximately $30 million in the port on 15 acres, creating 50 jobs. This is advanced technology. This is advanced manufacturing. This is a globally recognized leader in its industry and a tremendous validation of the work in our community, not just for us, but domestically, but on a national and international scale. So be happy to take any questions, but we appreciate your consideration tonight as this company makes application and consideration of the port.
Mr. Day, would you like to give any comments?
I would just add, Mayor, members of the board, that we're excited to welcome Synthesia to our community. We have some representatives from the company with us in the back of the room. I would just remind the board that about 60 years ago, your predecessors took a chance and created the Port of Little Rock. Support from the public on a small bond. Today, over 8,000 people work there every day, a majority of them from Little Rock and Pulaski County. We have over 43 businesses from 6 countries. It's a major employer for Little Rock, Central Arkansas, and we appreciate your continued support. And I think there will be more announcements in the coming months, so we would be glad to answer any questions. And we do have a couple representatives from the company. If you just kind of wave back there, and would encourage you all to help welcome them to Little Rock. They really liked the community. They really liked what they saw, and they could have located anywhere in the world, and they chose Little Rock, Arkansas.
No, thank you so much, Brian. Thank you so much, James. We do appreciate Synthesia for selecting the city of Little Rock. We know you are truly an international company. For an international company to locate here in the state's capital city, we're grateful. You'll continue to figure out how much of concierge service that we give to our new businesses, and we want to say thank you on behalf of the city of Little Rock. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read the resolution.
Mayor, before she reads that, may I make a...
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, you were sent a memorandum from me today that included 4 resolutions. I can tell you I have tracked down that I had different people trying to assist us and not knowing that they were both trying to assist us. So for that reason, the resolution that starts with the title, A Resolution of Intent to Issue Industrial Development Revenue Bonds, is not the one that is going to be, the resolution that authorizes the sale of the property and went into the details of giving the mayor and the city clerk authority is not the one that you will have. Instead, you will have the one that came this morning, which is a resolution authorizing the mayor of the city of Little Rock to sell approximately 15 acres of land to Synthesia Technology, Inc., and for other purposes. I don't know exactly what you've got before you, but there was one clause added to the recitals which simply cited the statute that says we need to have a resolution. The parties have all agreed to that, so we're taking one out and we're keeping that one in, and I just wanted everybody to know.
Vice Mayor Hines, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to say welcome to the folks from Synthesia. We're glad to have you as a new corporate citizen in Little Rock. And if my research shows me right, this is your first location in North America. I look Central and South America, and Europe is where you originated. So welcome. We're glad to have you here.
Madam Clerk.
A resolution to authorize the mayor of the city of Little Rock to execute any documents necessary to sell approximately 15 acres of property located at the Port of Little Rock to Synthesia Technology Incorporated for economic development purposes and for other purposes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
Motion and second.
Who motioned?
Motion Vice Mayor, second by Director Adcock. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it.
A resolution to certify local government endorsement of Synthesia Technology Incorporated to participate in the Arkansas Tax Back programs as authorized by Arkansas Code Section 15-4-2706D of the Consolidated Incentive Act of 2003 and for the purposes.
Move for the adoption of the consent for the resolution.
There's a motion from City Director Adcock, a second from Director Wright. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it.
A resolution to state the intent to issue industrial development revenue bonds in an approximate principal amount of $35 million for the purpose of acquiring and equipping industrial facilities at the Little Rock Port Authority on behalf of Synthesia Technology Incorporated, a Delaware corporation, setting a public hearing for April 19th, 2022, and for the purposes.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
There's a motion from City Director Adcock, a second from City Director B.J. Wyrick. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Synthesia, welcome to Little Rock. A motion to adjourn.
So move.
Okay,
They-
what do they do? What do they do?
What did they do?
There's a motion.
Yes.
There's a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned. We'll now bring together our agenda meeting. Madam Clerk. All right. We'll now have Dr. Jay Barf, our former Chief Education Officer, as well as Jennifer Glasgow, if you want to join just for a little bit, our new Chief Education Officer, but we know Dr. Jay Barf is going to be giving us the update on the community schools model, along with Dr. Darian Smith, Deputy Superintendent for Little Rock School District.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. And I want to thank the mayor for the trust he placed in me as a Chief Education Officer. And I want to thank all of y'all for the stance y'all took to move forward with this community schools initiative now about 2 years ago. And I want to provide y'all an update of where we are. I want to thank Dr. Deion Jackson for her willingness to step in as Chief Ed Officer as I left for my new job. And I certainly want to thank Jennifer Glasgow, who will be the incoming Chief Education Officer. And I have worked closely with Jennifer pretty much nonstop since I came into this role. And so I'm very thrilled about that. This has been incredibly joy-filled work. And I want to thank you for that. And one of the key things that provided me joy was the opportunity to work with my friends at the Little Rock School District on this initiative led by Darian Smith, the Executive Director for Elementary Education. You'll hear a few words from Darian in a few minutes. And then also the 4 community school coordinators, each based at one of the schools, who are gifted folks who really are the glue for this initiative down at the school-based level. And you'll hear in a bit from Nicole Chandler, who's online. Angelia Johnson, who is at Washington Elementary, is here as well. So just to, does this clicker work? Okay, awesome, thank you. So just a quick reminder about the community school model, since it's been a while since I've visited with y'all. The community school model really is focused on 4 key pillars. Is that in each school, there are 4 key areas of work that go on. The first of these are being sure that there are student supports in place to meet the needs of the students so that they can be their best academically. Second, and very closely tied to that first pillar, is being sure that there is high quality out-of-school learning experiences that allow students to really stay safe in the after school and summer hours and connect the dots between what's going on in the classroom and those experiences. The third pillar, being sure that these schools really come to serve as hubs for the local community, providing support services not just for the students, but for generations of families living in those communities, some of whom are tied to that school through their children, but others who are part of that community. And then fourth, really beginning to give voice and power to folks who maybe at times have felt a bit voiceless in those schools, the parents, the teachers, the students themselves, to have some more say about what their school experience is like. That's the vision of the community school model, and I'm very happy that we have been able to make that work to a great degree in these 4 schools I'll talk about in a minute. Here's the basic logic model behind this model. First, if we put resources and staff in place, community school coordinator and other key staff, and we begin to activate activities that are tied to each of these 4 pillars, that then produces outputs. Things start to happen as a result of those activities. But what really is the long-term goal, of course, are turning those outputs into outcomes. Those outcomes, when it comes to student achievement, might be initially higher attendance rates. That then begins to turn into more students staying on grade level, and finally that starts to pay off in terms of true achievement. When it comes to the community around it, it's activities that serve the needs of that community that then turn into evidence of those individuals feeling more empowered, whether it comes to their fiscal literacy, their opportunity at digital literacy, other things that then begin to pay off in terms of their empowerment and voice in the community. That's the logic model. And when it comes to each of the 4 pillars, we really think about these inputs paying off in terms of activities that have outputs and turned into true outcomes, long-term, sustainable change in students' lives and in communities' lives. That's the vision of the community school model. Now, as you all know, there were 4 community schools initially chosen in partnership between the district and the city. 2 of these are in Southwest Little Rock, in Chico Elementary and Watson Elementary, and then 2 in the heart of the city, south of 630, Stevens Elementary and Washington Elementary on South Main. These schools were chosen for a variety of reasons. They are indeed in challenged neighborhoods. That is a key goal. They are also schools that have tremendous promise, but have had some challenges over the years. These are schools where too many students have a lack of access to health care, have food insecurity, in many cases who have come from families for whom English is not their first language, and have some academic achievement issues. And so these were the 4 schools that were originally identified. We were delayed, of course, by COVID in the original identification of these schools, but these were named in the fall of 2020, and then we hired the community school coordinators and really began to activate the programs. The community school model is really all about partnerships. And at the heart and soul are the 2 major partners in this initiative, of course, the Little Rock School District and the City of Little Rock, but it is an array of partners doing a vast array of work that really have come together to make this model happen. And you see the logos of some of those partners in the healthcare space, in the food space, et cetera. Foundations, but we really are talking about this as really just only a piece of the partnerships that have come to be in our community schools. These services that are offered by the community school, it was very clear from the get-go that there had to be food security in place, and so all the schools have food pantries. Only one of them did before this initiative began. All the schools needed a healthcare response. And fortunately, we have 2 brick and mortar clinics sponsored by Arkansas Children's Hospital at Chico and Stevens. We came along with a telehealth initiative that is at work at Washington Elementary in partnership with Our Care. And then we have provided transportation for students from Watson over to the Chico Clinic. So we provided that response as well. We also wanted to be sure that there were programs that really began to take advantage, not on the food front, in terms of garden and greening programs, really making those spaces where gardens could be teaching vehicles and where the spaces themselves could be places where the community could feel safer using those facilities, the grounds of those facilities all the time. And so we've begun to implement that. And we also knew we had to begin to build some community around these schools. And so we began implementing community cafes, which are monthly events, which are opportunities for the families around that school to come together, get a meal, but also be introduced to some of the programming at play in these schools. But we've, of course, put in place a variety of things beyond those kind of basic core services as well, and I'll talk about those in a bit. Now, the budgeting process for this endeavor, of course, there was $475,000 that was allocated by the city board. The school district also stepped up and said, we are going to be the providers of the community school coordinators, covering their salaries and benefits and cover some other initiatives as well. The Little Rock school year budget is naturally on a July 1 to June 30 timeline. Y'all's budget, as you know well, is a calendar year. And so that was one tricky thing that came to play very quickly, is how do we work these two budgets together? Y'all still allocate money on an annual basis. The district does on a school year basis. We operated our budget kind of on a school year basis because that's what made the most sense in terms of these being schools. And so we have really thought in those terms. We created budgets for each of the schools and then for the overall program that included those funds from the City of Little Rock, the Little Rock School District, and a variety of outside sources, including foundations, other nonprofits, et cetera. The way the process began last spring is that we carried out a needs assessment process that involves surveys and focus groups of parents, of students, of teachers, and other staff members at the school to ascertain what are the real needs of these schools, of the students in these schools and the families when it comes to those four pillars. We then worked with the principal and the community school coordinator to determine what were the key priorities from their view in terms of what we should fund first. And then we developed a draft budget. Mr. Smith and I developed a draft budget, and then we took it back to the school leaders to tweak the draft. And that budget has really been a work in progress over time. That budget also, in addition, drove what we saw as where the focus needed to be in terms of seeking out new grants and where there needed to be the focus on new partnerships. And that really became our roadmap for our work in these schools. What became clear really early on was there was a dire need for social workers in all of these schools. None of the schools had social workers in place. We knew we needed to have those key partners in all the schools. And so 3 grant applications were put forward that ended up being approved by the grant-making entities to fund social work positions. One other position was funded out of the city community school budget. We also knew I needed some flexibility in the budget to be sure that we got the social workers covered because they were so important. Because we were able to get those funded through grants, that has opened up the budget, and you're going to begin to see some another additional spending that wouldn't have been possible without those grant monies. The contributions of the city and the school district are very similar across all 4 schools. The big story is that the largest contributions in each of the schools comes from other sources. Over 70% of the spending that's expected for this school year at Chico comes from external sources, not from the city, not from the school district. It has been very a hard effort to get outside money to come to the fore. This year, we're going to spend a bit under $2 million for this school year across all of that array of entities. There is some variance across the 4 schools. Some of that is about the placement of services. So for instance, the spending is a little more at Chico because there's a health clinic in place than at Watson, where those students are transported over at a much lower cost. The common areas of expenditures across the 4 campuses, as I've mentioned before, are healthcare, social workers, food security programs, campus greening and garden programs, and the after-school arts program, which is a Wingate Foundation funded initiative, which I'll have approved those expenditures. There are some differences, though, across the school, and community schools' expenditures should be different because the schools are different, the communities are different. At Stevens, there is a much greater focus on programs for families and community members. Sadly, because of COVID, we've not been able to activate as many of those programs as we would have liked this year. At Watson, there is a big gap between English speakers and English language learners programs to try to close that gap. Chico really needed enrichment activities for students, and at Washington, they really wanted to put a lot of emphasis on their social emotional learning and their alternative means of discipline in that school. So there is some difference. Okay, some activities that are going on right now that will be coming online, and when a new expenditure comes on, it is reported to CYF. And Director Webb knows well, I reported every month any expenditure of any size that was going to take place that month or in the months thereafter. And then if it was an expenditure above $50,000, of course, I asked for the endorsement of CYF en route to y'all if it was a city expenditure more than $50,000. There have been relatively few of those because of outside grant funding. We have received, we are hiring food corps members to serve as the garden educators at 3 of the schools for next year. We also are hiring, just hired a green schoolyards coordinator to really, and this was funded by National League of Cities Technical Assistance Grant to make the areas around the Stevens and Washington campuses more park-like, more inviting to the neighborhood so that they can be more usable spaces. You're going to be seeing some of these you will see in future weeks some expenditures around expansion of the East Initiative, which is a out-of-school learning experience that many of you are familiar with from other schools. There's going to be a pantry expansion at Stevens. It will not be that expensive. We're working on another cooking program in partnership with the UAMS nutritional medicine program for Stevens. And a small expenditure, but an important thing, there's a very vibrant soccer program underway at Chico because of a partnership between the Little Rock Rangers and the school there. They need soccer goals to kind of begin to solidify that program and prepare for the summer. Other big news on the horizon, and you heard the mayor mention this last night. For the fall of '22, through a very generous grant from the Division of Children and Family Services at DHS, there will be expansion to 2 additional schools. That will be $400,000 a year from that grant for those 2 schools. It's a 2-year grant. The school board has voted to use Recovery Act money for the 3rd year of that expansion. So that gives that project some sustainability, which I think is a great step forward. The Little Rock School Board Task Force on Governance has been at work to think about what is kind of a long-term sustained governance system so that these entities really have some partnership over the long haul that is laid out in some way. And the school board is still at work on that. They are also thinking about the issue of accountability, and I'll get back to that in just a second. We also know we have to really think about a full-fledged data system to measure these activities and whether they are really tying to outcomes, which gets to the question of, do community schools work? We have some evidence from other places that they do. The biggest study from the New York City Community School Initiative, which is a very large initiative there, about 100 community schools in place. The RAND Corporation did a study of those schools and really looked at schools that were community schools versus schools that were very much like them in demographics, and whether there was a payoff from the community schools. And what we see with community schools, absenteeism rates go down, as you see in the top right. Students begin to stay on progress with their fellow grade level. We also, in the bottom right, begin to see some disciplinary infractions really begin to drop. And finally, several years into this initiative, we start to see test scores go up. And I think that's a really important point, is that this is not going to be an immediate bang. These schools have challenges, and what it is going to be is slow progress that ultimately pays off in those outcomes as discussed earlier. What we have is a lot of anecdotal evidence that there is something happening that is quite different at community schools. Here's a quote about how, especially during COVID, how this school really did pay off for this parent who really talked about the importance of those services in really making that school a better experience for their students, and then the real importance of a healthcare clinic on site. We are beginning to collect some very tangible data from parts of the program. We certainly have more and more community partners. We have an example of all the students were immunized this year without exception at Chico. That meant that those students did not have to stay out of school. They could begin to continue their learning. We are really conscious of measurement on any program that is put in place. On the Green Schoolyards Initiative at Washington and Stevens, we have a partnership with the School of Public Health. They are measuring is that having an impact? The arts program with Arkansas A+, which is called Partners, which is piloted at Watson this semester and will be at all 4 schools next semester. That is being very carefully tracked. And we also, with the district, did some work with Marzano Research to begin to identify what were the items we needed to measure that are not currently measured by Little Rock School District to see the payoff of this program. So very conscious about the importance of evidence in a data-driven approach. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Smith if he'll just make a couple of comments and then turn it over to Nicole Chandler for her comments from the ground, and then see what questions y'all have.
Thank you, Dr. Barth. To the mayor and board of directors, I want to thank you for this opportunity, your leadership in this community school movement in our district, in our city. I truly believe that a healthy public school system is at the heart of a healthy city. And with the community school model, that is definitely going to allow us to have a healthier public school system, which will in turn impact our city. The community school model is going to transform the lives of our students and our staff as well as we move forward through this initiative. But I also want to thank Dr. Barr for his tireless efforts. He's been truly a partner and a champion for community schools and public education in our city. And it's going to be hard for me to not have him working beside me, but I believe Ms. Glasgow is going to be a comparable replacement for him, but he's not going to be too far away for us to reach out for him for continued guidance and support as well. But most importantly, I want to thank our mayor and the board of directors for your support in this community school effort.
And Nicole, are you able to, you able to be heard, Nicole?
I think our tech, Nicole Chandler, if you all would look for her. Nicole.
Hello?
Yeah, Nicole.
Oh, okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Mayor Scott, the City of Little Rock, and the City Board of Directors for supporting this initiative. Your support is an investment in our future and is greatly appreciated. And as Mr. Smith said, we appreciate Jay's support and his effort for everything he's done. However, we also look forward to working with Ms. Glasgow, so we can't wait for her to get started. As the mayor stated last night, community schools are making an impact. We are serving families and the community. So I'm just going to give you a glimpse into what we are doing at Chico Elementary. So we have served 2,325 grab-and-go meals since October 2020. We've distributed 1,452 food boxes since April 2020. We developed a garden program with a garden educator, classes, and produce. Some of the items we have grown include squash, okra, watermelon, cucumbers, basil, and kale. The items we grow go into our food pantry, but we've also used them in classes for students to learn how to make healthy food that's easy but also delicious. As Dr. Barth mentioned, we built a partnership with the Little Rock Rangers for after-school programming, and just so he knows, the soccer goals came in this week. We've provided over 100 families with baby supplies and baby food. And we've launched a kindergarten bike program, not just at Chico, but also at the other community schools with All Kids Bike. So we are changing the narrative of our school and our community. And if anyone's interested, you can visit our next community cafe on April 19th or May 17th at 5 p.m. We will have Showboat's Kitchen on April 19th. So thank you everyone for listening.
Thanks, Nicole. I'm glad to answer any questions or ask Mr. Smith to.
And Mayor, if I could just interject, and I do want to thank Dr. Barth and our wonderful partnership with the LRSD. Right now, MOU is being developed that will be presented to both governing boards that will sort of cement the partnership, and that should be coming forward in the next 30 to 45 days.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moore. I also want to just take time to acknowledge City Director Kathy Webb, who's been heavily involved in our Community Schools Model initiative, particularly with her work being the chairperson on the CYF Commission, and just wanted to say thank you for that. Director Wyrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to interject a little bit here. We've been working on the targeted neighborhood plan, and one of my issues in the particular area that I have chosen was health related. In this particular neighborhoods, there were a lot of health issues, respiratory issues, those kinds of things. And it was close to the Chico Elementary. So I'm thinking the kids are going to Chico Elementary and possibly Watson. So the work that's happening at Chico with the immunization, with the health clinic, with all those things, I think is a support to our targeted neighborhood initiative that we're working on. I just wanted to add that. So I'm appreciative of the work at Chico Elementary. It's not in Ward 7 anymore, it's in Ward 2. But it still serves a lot of residents in Ward 7. So thank you for that.
And thank you for highlighting that, being a part of Target Community Development as well.
And Director Wyrick, at Chico, I want to also point out there's a vision clinic there, which is fantastic. They're already sadly identified all kinds of vision issues in young students, which we know, I think any of us have dealt with those over the years, know that's magical in terms of our ability to see, to read, to see the blackboard, to really begin to understand what's going on in the classroom much better.
Well, a light went on whenever I heard about the health clinics, and I thought, oh my goodness, that works right along with the Targeted Neighborhood Initiative. So I wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Director Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say to the board that we've been very fortunate at CYF to be able to hear from Dr. Barth every month and to follow the progress that has been going on. So I'm very appreciative, Mayor, that you asked Jay to be here tonight. And the work really is phenomenal and it's transformative. And one of the things that Dr. Barth talked about in the presentation that I hope we all remember, and when we talk about SEL and some of the other things, and when some of us have been to San Antonio and other places and looked at some of the models that they have, there are so many ways that it's going to impact those children and families. It's not going to happen overnight. It takes a long time, and some of the most important things are not the test scores, but some of those other things that Dr. Barth talked about, the food security, the mental health, the health that Director Wyrick was talking about, and all of those other family needs that are so important to help those children thrive. And Dr. Smith's such a wonderful partner, and I'm excited that Ms. Glasgow is going to be coming on because we've had the privilege of working with her for a long time. So you served the city well, Jay, and wish you the best in your new position. And thank you for this report.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Webb. Vice Mayor Hines.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barth. So for this year in fiscal 2022, what's our total funding out of CYF, the total budget? You said around $2 million?
No, that's the total overall budget, overall spending from all sources.
Okay.
The district, the city, and outside sources. And, we've received about $3 million in grants in this last year. Now, some of those are multi-year grants, like the Stevens initiative, but it's about $2 million in total spending, and that includes the health clinics, which we, of course, did not fund. Those are Arkansas Children's Hospital, et cetera.
Right, so our contribution's still the original 500,000.
Yeah, actually 475, and my salary, or portion of my salary also came out of that as well.
Okay.
And we did not, we were able to underspend last year because we got started a little bit later than we anticipated. This year, I anticipate that by the end of the year, it's going to be much closer to that 475.
Okay, super. And then one other question. So I heard you talking about data collection and monitoring systems. Is the program utilizing our Department of Community Programs data monitoring software that we bought several years ago?
We have been looking at other data systems that are more kind of comprehensive in terms of covering both, traditional school things as well as activities beyond. Dana and I have been working on that really from very early, and we really want a data system that's going to kind of work well in a school setting as well as in other community programs, and that's a little difficult because these are very different kinds of programs, and you need kind of a Swiss Army knife of a data system that can actually work well in all those situations.
Super. Well, and I appreciate the board and the mayor. When we launched on this community schools program, the biggest question I got is, why isn't the school district doing this? And I guess looking at some of the things, why hasn't the school district been able to do this type of programming within their own school district? I guess is the bigger question for me.
Mr. Smith, you want to?
Vice Mayor Hines, excellent question. I think it's not a question of why the district has not done so. I think it's a process of timing, the initiative coming forward, and then having the support of the city to move forward. Obviously, as a district, we would like to offer many opportunities for our students, but we are limited with funds and the number of schools and services that we are trying to provide at this current moment. But obviously, our priority is to make sure that we address the whole child, and the community school model does that for us.
Thank you.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Barr for leading the charge and to my colleagues for agreeing to allocate the funds, because when this was decided, I wasn't on the board yet, and I was excited as a constituent on the board that this was happening. So I just want if I had a cap, like Director Wyrick wears sometimes, I tip it to Jay for the work that he does or has done in this regard. So I just want to publicly thank you, Jay, for the work you've done. Look forward to working with Ms. Glasgow. I look forward, based on what you've shown us today, I'm hopeful that the city will, me and my colleagues will continue to support the community school model, because I think it's important and transformational, as Director Webb said. And also shout out to the mayor and Office of Executive Administration for having a vision to see a need for the community school model, and the chief education officer to get this work. I don't want that to go unnoticed. And I think that had a big part to do with us getting local control back in our school district. So I just want to shout out everyone who's involved, because it's been great work, and I've seen it myself directly. So thanks to everyone, and look forward to continue to partner with you, Mr. Smith, and the Little Rock School District going forward.
Yeah, and I want to include Mr. Poor in that, who personifies partnership and the power of partnership, and he's been incredible to work with.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Barth. As Director Phillips was speaking reminded me of how things have come full circle. If you go back to 2019, we had a platform just solely focused on literacy. Due to many members of the board understanding what was going on as it relates to the local school district being under state control, and the negotiations and conversations we had with Secretary Key and Governor Hutchinson, we know, and at that point in time, you were still on the Board of Trustees for the Arkansas Department of Education. And to see us come full circle from an idea to true policy to implementation is just truly why we all come here to serve the residents of Little Rock, to have our locally elected school board back. There is a power of partnerships, and this does not happen without the city board really taking a leap in voting for this to happen. It doesn't happen without Superintendent Mike Poore being so receptive and a part of this partnership, as well as Dr. Darian Smith and the entire team at the Little Rock School District, but also the Little Rock School District Board, School Board. And so we are all working together as a team. I just want to say thank you to everyone, but also to Mr. Moore and Dana Doucette, because we really had to maneuver some things within community programs department budget to get this done, and the entire CYF commission and Director Webb as well. So it's truly a team effort as we increase educational achievement, focusing on the whole child for our city. So thank you so much, and thank everyone who's played a role.
Thank you.
We'll now transition to our consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
We really don't read. She doesn't read at this point.
Any questions?
If there's any questions.
I was in board meeting mode, I guess. I apologize. Any questions from items 1 through, I know we got a lot of items today, 1 through 16. Director Wyrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5 is money to put into sidewalks. And I know a number of years ago, we went out to the community and asked for requests for sidewalks. And the list was huge, absolutely huge. And I continue to get questions from Southwest Little Rock in regards to what's happened to their requests for sidewalks. The most recent one was West Baseline Road. So I'm wondering how these sidewalks are going to be fulfilled. Are we still working on an old list? Are we taking in new requests? Do we have a status of the ones that we have asked for in the past years? Just from a process standpoint, how are we handling
Director Honeywell.
I'm sorry?
I was bringing Director Honeywell to answer your question.
Okay. Hey, John.
Good evening, Mayor, board members. Director Wyrick, we are still working on lists. This contract is for replacement of existing sidewalks.
I was going to ask that.
It's not for new sidewalk construction that don't exist. We've been doing that through the capital program, separate from the money that was dedicated towards replacement of sidewalks. So we're still working on those lists of requests that we've received that you referred to are very lengthy. We're still probably at least 3 to 4 years in arrears of when we've had requests. This list, and there is a list of the actual locations. I don't see it attached here, but I'll make sure all y'all get a copy of the list of the locations that are in this contract. But we're still going by that list that we received a considerable amount of time ago. This is about 2 miles worth of sidewalks within this contract when you add up the length. Yes, ma'am.
2 miles. Okay. I meant to ask that if this was new sidewalks or maintenance.
No, it's still maintenance sidewalks.
Maintenance. Okay. At one time, we were requiring individuals to replace sidewalks. Are we still in that mode?
We do that with commercial redevelopment. We require, or new development or redevelopment of existing commercial type property, we require them to do new sidewalks or bring those sidewalks up to the required standard. For an individual residential home, that is something that we don't typically are not involved with residential remodeling or home building. That's part of the subdivision requirement versus an individual lot.
talking about the maintenance. The maintenance is a city requirement. It doesn't require the residents to repair
No,
the.
city code actually states that the adjacent property owner is responsible for the installation and maintenance of both the curb and gutter and the sidewalk adjacent to their property. That's what the city code specifically says.
But we're spending this money to do replacements.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though the city code says that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we have a list for maintenance?
Yes, we have a list of all the requests that we have received over the years of locations that want sidewalk repair done. Yes, we have that.
And so you're working through that list?
Yes, ma'am. And we try to do it. We try to pick locations where they're adjacent, so we get better pricing with the contractors. They're not moving all over the place across the city. We try to keep it concentrated as we can to get better pricing so we can get more sidewalk completed.
So our list for maintenance, how old is that? Is it as old as the new construction list?
Yes. We typically break it into about a 3-year period, and we're that 3 to 4 years minimum behind of when a request was made.
So this is about 2 miles of sidewalks?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard you say. So do you have any idea what the cost would be to work through that list that you have?
I don't know that off.
Concrete's continually breaking up.
Certainly.
And we're continually adding new items to the list.
Yes, ma'am. We can figure a number or estimate a number for the entire list, but I don't know that just off the cuff. I'm sorry.
The mayor's been talking about sidewalks everywhere, so it might be a good number to have. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll get that put together.
Director Adcock.
Yes, item 10, I would like to have a presentation, and also do we have handouts?
Director Set will approach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Board of Directors, and Mr. Moore. We do have a presentation, and we do have handouts of the presentation. I'll wait till they get all passed out. Okay, item number 10 is the neighborhood safety programs. If we can go to the next slide. So the overall context for this one was similar to the one that I presented previously. It was for less, however. The amounts for these particular projects were $5,000 to $45,000. They were meant to be for smaller projects and or for new organizations as well. The goal of these were to impact disproportionately impacted communities with knowledge, skills, and abilities in at least one of the following areas, and they were different from the previous areas. These focused on arts and/or cultural enrichment. A second category was tutoring, STEM activities, and/or academic enrichment. A third category was parental, family, and community engagement. Fourth area, social and emotional learning. Fifth area, housing and/or food insecurity. And the sixth area was recreation, health, and wellness. So next slide. As we went through these, organizations could apply in any one of those 6 categories. And these were actual proposals. So I would like to note that these were requests for proposals, meaning that the organizations could put forth what they thought they would be able to offer in those categories. I always want to note that these are reimbursable contracts. They aren't grants. And we really try to wash that from everyone's mind, because a grant, they're not just given these funds. It's actual contract for services, meaning that they are to provide the service because they are service contracts. Then they provide documentation, and then they are paid. Of course, the board vote, what it allows is for us to enter into the negotiation process. So even if you vote for this tonight, that doesn't automatically mean that the organization will be successful in their contract. What it does is allow us to negotiate with them because providers still have to meet the requirements that we have for programs that are funded by PIT dollars. As part of the negotiations, we require all of our organizations to have at least 5 SMART goals during their contract. And that's what we are using to measure effectiveness during our regular monitoring sessions as well as the final evaluation. And the acronym for SMART is listed there, but it's specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And so that allows us to make sure that they remain on target and they actually have some goals that they are working on during their contract. Next slide, please. So the first area that we had was under arts and cultural enrichment. There were 2 organizations. Arkansas Symphony Orchestra was one. We have actually worked with them before. And they want to provide an accessible, welcoming space for students to make music, basically. They have different types of activities that go into that. For example, their bucket band program, which is highly interested, a very exciting project for all ages. Their ASO quartet demonstrations where the quartet will go out and show how the different strings work, and then different recitals. They'll be able to do those targeted towards Bethel AME Church in spring and fall of 2022. They're expecting that they would be able to reach more than 500 youth, and their requested amount is $44,386.54. Let me add here real quick that once they request this amount, they have their budgets. One reason we haven't included the budgets is because 9 times out of 10, I'd actually say 9.5 times out of 10, the budgets always change once we get into negotiations because they are at the proposal stage right now, and there are a lot of items that we don't necessarily cover as part of a budget. For an example, some organizations request T-shirts as part of their budgets, and that's something that we don't fund. So there are usually items and things that change within their budget, but they do give their budget narrative. So it's not until the contract stage, the actual contract stage, that an actual budget is approved. But I can say that the amount of that budget would be no more than the requested amount. So they do have to still work within that budget. Next slide. I want to note that on the screen, you can't really tell it on your printout, but on the screen, when you see the color blue, that lets you know that it's a new organization that we hadn't worked with before. But I will note that for those of you who are following along on your handout instead of on the screen, I just wanted to let you know why the color was blue instead of black. But so Backyard Enterprises, it is a new organization that we hadn't worked with before with PIT dollars. I can say that we have definitely worked with this organization several times in different community events that they have supported along the way. They are led by LaRon and Stacy McAdoo. As many of you may know, Stacy McAdoo was the 2019 Teacher of the Year. Some of the things that they are both teachers at Central High. And the scope of work that they'll be focusing on is writing and creating classes to teach the students how to write, draft, revise, edit, polishing, and publishing. They really focus on poetry, writing books, creative expression, things of that type of thing. They are looking at the high school students that they work with, 13 to 19-year-olds. Some of them didn't list a number because they're really being open. One of the phrases you've heard me say last time was that it's inclusive and not exclusive. So they weren't looking for a certain number, but they want to be open to anyone who wants to participate. There will be talent showcases, for example, you see in the middle where it says open mic, poetry slams, exhibitions, listening parties, that type of thing. The amount that they have requested is $18,226.69. And both of those were for arts and cultural enrichment. Next slide, please. Under tutoring, STEM, and/or academic enrichment, as you can see, we wanted to make sure that the organizations realize that this is just an opportunity to focus on academic enrichment as a whole. Sometimes we expand it, just so you know, so that they aren't limited to just one area. This particular one with Project Renew, again, it is a new organization that we've never worked with before. They were mainly interested in the 18 to 30-year-olds, and what they're really working on are a lot of those soft skills, because they're realizing that some of the people that they work with, this organization has been around for some time. I know for some time, I think it's probably been about 20 years that they've been in operation, and they're working to teach the older student some of the skills, some of the soft skills that they'll need to be able to not just get a job, but retain that job. Focusing on forming positive relationships, interpersonal, verbal, and nonverbal skills with listening, empathy, and emotional intelligence, as well as networking and team building skills. As I mentioned before, they're focusing on 18 to 30-year-olds, and they requested $35,716.40 for that project. Next slide. Also, this is the first time that we have worked in a professional PIT relationship with the Urban League. As you can imagine, we have worked with them before on several projects. They were mainly grant funded. This time they were requesting support with PIT dollars to increase exposure of STEM education. And that's for a drone tech program that they have an opportunity to offer to 30 10th grade students. And so it focuses mainly on drones. Their hope is to be able to even provide drones to the students for them to be able to keep. It also includes parent sessions, and the bonus is that they do plan to take them to the UA Fayetteville campus for 2 weeks in July as part of this project. As I mentioned, it would be at least 30 10th grade students. They did say that if there were more and they had the space and the ability, that they would be willing to serve more than 30. And their requested amount is $44,990. Next slide. So here we change categories to parental, family, and community engagement. Mcmann Counseling has come forth in this area. This is the first time that they would be operating in this space. We actually have worked with them before. They used to provide our domestic violence perpetrator contract. Under that project, it was court ordered. And so what they wanted to do with this project was they wanted to be able to help people, not just because they're court ordered, but be able to help people at large, especially parents and the family as a whole. And so that's why they definitely wanted to focus on this area. They do want to help adults overcome their core issues and trauma that's related to domestic violence and substance abuse, and then equip them to parent effectively. And so they have developed a LEAP project, and the example of what LEAP stands for is listed there. They also wanted to be able to create 10 to 15 professional quality YouTube videos that would be able to live after this project is over, that they could direct people to, as well as the community at large would be able to participate if they weren't able to participate in the actual sessions that they have. And then they would also host classes and groups based on the LEAP process at various community locations and or online. So again, this is another example of how they wanted to be inclusive and not exclusive. Their target is 30 to 50 caregivers of youth 12 and under, but as I mentioned, because they would have videos that live online and or offer some of their services online as well, so they would have YouTube videos and or online, like through Zoom opportunities, they would more than likely be able to impact more than that, but that is just their target. And their requested amount was $44,700. Next slide, please. Under social and emotional learning, this is for Boys and Girls Club Thrasher. So as many of you may have heard already, Thrasher has reopened. This would allow them to have a project like they used to have with PIT dollars inside Thrasher. So it basically kind of emulates the projects that they already have at the other Boys and Girls Club, but it allows them to have one at Thrasher. Thrasher was not open when the other PPP programs were available. So this allows them to be able to have basically the same amount as available at the other programs, and then offer this program at Thrasher now that it is open. The lives that they would have there are 15 participants, which is pretty close to what they have at the other locations as well in our PIT programs. They didn't want to go too high because they didn't, this is a new program starting up again. They wanted to make sure that they could reach their target. Their requested amount is very similar. I think it's actually the same amount that they have at the other programs, but it's $39,670. And at the time that they applied for this one, it had an open date, but it hadn't opened yet. So that's why that statement is there at the bottom. But it would also focus on social and emotional learning for the most part. But again, it would mimic the other programs that they have at the other Boys and Girls Clubs. Next slide, please. T-Rich Foundation is an organization we have definitely worked with in the past. They've had several successful projects with us. In the past, they have focused on our small contracts. This is the first time that they've gone for a larger amount. They definitely feel ready for that. Some of you may notice T-Rich as being for Terrence Richardson, who was a former employee for the city of Little Rock. He worked in the HR department, but he passed away. This is the foundation that his family created to carry on his name and carry on his work. In terms of social and emotional learning, what they'd like to do is create a film project. They have done one before. This would not be the first time doing it. But this is just another phase where they'd like to take students through the filmmaking process, which would include production and development, writing, editing, graphics, creating music, and then produce a final project, which at the end they would make available for viewing. They expect to be able to attract at least 100 participants in this. If you've ever watched the credits of any movie, you know there's a ton of people that go into creating a movie, and so they're looking to be able to fill out all of those opportunities, and their requested amount is the $45,000. Next slide, please. Under Recreation, Health, and Wellness, we had one. It was Bridge to Success. What Bridge to Success wanted to do is, as you know, they currently have a project, but what they didn't have at part of that project and what they've seemed to notice as being an issue with the participants in their program is this recreation, this health and wellness. And they wanted to be able to hire someone that would focus on providing that recreation, health, and wellness. Someone that would provide at least 30 minutes a day, every day, of targeted activities to their participants. And again, it's inclusive and not exclusive. So if someone showed up, if there were people in the community that just wanted to come for that 30 minutes of exercise, they would be able to do that. They do have the space for that, they said. It would also include drug and alcohol prevention classes with intervention methods. So again, this is for the people in their programs because they have seen that a lot of the people that they're attracting through their program need these services. And that's why they applied for this, because they found a big need for that and they didn't have the funds to hire someone whose focus was this. Their requested amount was $45,000. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, although we did make available housing and or food insecurity, there was one applicant for that. It would have been a new provider, but their proposal did not meet the minimum score required, and so we were unable to extend a contract to that organization. Next slide, please. So altogether, I gave you the amounts that was requested. If you add them all together, it comes to $317,689.60. And those funds would come not from ARPA funds, they would actually come from the budget, the PIT budget, which we do have these funds available in our budget for these types of programs. Next slide. So the next steps that would happen after today is that after today, if you do approve these items, we would begin working on negotiations just like we have with the other organizations. That's where we sit down with each organization, make sure that we understand their proposal and that what they said they wanted to do is actually what they want to do, that nothing has changed. They're not able to just completely change anything, but if there are small modifications that make sense, then of course that's part of negotiation. And then we negotiate their budget, and then we negotiate the rest of the items that we need. To give you an example of what that might look like, it would include if anyone's working with someone who's 18 years old and under, then they do have to go through DHS to make sure that they are approved by DHS to provide these services. We make sure that anyone has a background check For those who are dealing with students who are 18 and under, we make sure they understand that their coordinators and anyone paid from this project does get certified to work with youth. So there are several different checkpoints that we make sure that all of our organizations go through. And that is part of the negotiation, is that we explain to them what we will need from them, and they, of course, are agreeing to those as part of negotiation. So, and then the last thing, of course, is that we would definitely make sure that they would not go over the contract amount listed. They might move funds around within their budget, but they wouldn't be able to exceed the amount that they asked for as part of their proposal.
All right. Director Adcock, you have more questions?
I have 3 questions. First of all, would you please give us a list next week of where the locations of these are located? Also, is there any transportation provided? Because so many times we have wonderful programs, but the young people, parents are working and everything, and they just can't get there. And are any of these programs located in our community centers?
So I can answer the last one first. Not to my knowledge, I don't think any of them are located in our community centers. We are working on a project within our department to actually have someone available at the community centers. So I'll say that part first. Your second question in terms of transportation, part of the challenge with transportation has been that DHS has a different level of requirements than we had. For example, one of the requirements they have is that buzzer, that if a child is left on a van or a bus, that it sounds. And we haven't yet figured out a way to work that in, because as part of PIT dollars, we don't pay for capital improvements, and that would be considered a capital improvement, for example. So some of the organizations have chosen not to have transportation because that's a limit, and there's no way we can go around that, because that's a DHS requirement. I would have to look again, and I can give you a list on any of those organizations that may have requested transportation, because that doesn't stop any organization. There are still some organizations that do offer transportation, but I know that that has been an issue in the past. And then your first question, yes, we can make sure we have
public
that.
transportation going to all 3 or all 4 of our community centers, and I would like to see more programs at those community centers so that we can use the transportation that the bus uses.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Hines?
I don't have any questions on this item.
All right. Director Wyrick?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Adcock asked my question about transportation. I think that's important to get to the programs, and we already have an answer on that. Have these been vetted through the CYF?
Yes, so we did have a special called meeting. That's one reason why there was a deferral, was to make sure that there was no ambiguity. So last Wednesday, we did have a special call meeting to make sure that any issues that they had were addressed, and that they were able to receive the same presentation and ask questions. And yes, all of these organizations were properly endorsed.
Right. And domestic violence, I've not seen anything come through for domestic violence. Would they not have fit in any of these categories for neighborhood safety?
Yes, in our opinion, they would have been in parental, family, and community engagement, which is why Mcmann chose that one to do their domestic violence. So domestic violence is being addressed. However, we do plan to offer another domestic violence, like a specific domestic violence RFP. We were just basically trying to get through the bids that we had out there already, get them through the board, and so that we would know, number one, how much money we had left, and then number two, making sure that we have the staff allocation and, you know, the other things that we needed to do to get organizations through as quickly as possible before we offered additional bids. But depending on the vote of the board, if we know that these are going through, then we're in a position to release the other opportunities. I'd say probably within 2 weeks. We were just trying to make sure that we're pacing ourselves.
Director Wyrick,
Sorry, I missed that domestic violence in this. Mcmahon kind of caught my eye, and I think I just kind of got distracted. But I am concerned about the domestic violence issue that we have in regards to crimes in our city. So I'm glad to see that. And I'm sorry, Mayor, I interrupted you.
No, ma'am. I was just going to share that once we're able to get these passed through and know the allotted amounts, we'll be able to take that on. We have spoken to some domestic violence organizations I know you're aware of. And so once we kind of push through this phase, I think I shared the same thing with Director Wright as well, that those opportunities, community programs is primed and ready to get moving on that. We just got to go through this part first.
Yes.
I don't want us to forget that. I think that's a key item.
Totally agree with you.
Provide some help in the community, so I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Director Wright?
I didn't have any questions on this, Mayor. Mine is on back on the sidewalks.
I'll come back with you after Director Hines, Vice Mayor Hines, and so I'll keep that in that order. Director Compuris, is this?
Mine's really not a question. I just would appreciate if Director Webb would give her thoughts on these programs.
Sure, and let me just get to Director Miller, and then we'll come to you, Director Webb. Director Miller?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Since housing and or food insecurity has been identified as an area of focus, but we didn't get an applicant that applied or was qualified, do we just give up on that? Well, what's the procedure now? Do we go out and actively try to find someone to address this issue? Tell me a little bit about that process.
Yes, that's exactly what we do, is that since the time that we found that no one had applied for that, and that was an important issue that we wanted to address. Let me state that before we offered these areas, and not just this RFP, but the previous one, we did have a lot of conversation with different stakeholders that we work with, as well as the CYF Commission, to come up with those categories. And that's how housing and food insecurity came to the forefront in the first place, because we did recognize it as a need, as you mentioned. The short answer is yes. We have been working since the time that this went through to try to identify organizations in those spaces to let them know that we had opportunities available. I think one of the reasons that maybe no one, even though we sent it far and wide, but normally housing and food insecurity comes through housing and neighborhood programs. And I think when you have vendors, they have to have the right commodities listed. So that may be something, and we have been looking into that from a procurement standpoint to make sure that people know that we do have bids available. But I know that Director Webb will probably speak on this, because I know that she has also been doing some work in this particular area to make sure organizations are aware of the opportunities that we have. So we do plan to re-release that particular category because we don't have anyone in it. And then there was another category in the, I forget off the top of my head, it just went out my mind. But there was another category on the first bids, the community violence reduction. There was also one category that no one was successful in. I can't remember, but we would be releasing both of those.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Director Webb and then Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. And if I can first answer Director Miller, to build on what Dana said, I think it was also the time of year, and some of the typical groups who might have applied for the food insecurity dollars were not aware of it. It's not where they were used to seeing it, like Director Dussett said. And I don't know if some of you are aware, but the waivers that have allowed Little Rock to be so successful the last couple of summers in terms of the number of summer meals that we and our partners have provided are ending on June 30th. And in the last few days, I've been reaching out to potential partners who are planning on major cutbacks this summer. And I believe that we're going to see some applications in the next week or so for this particular item. So I'm really glad that that's going to happen. And to answer Director Compuris, as Dana mentioned, CYF had a special meeting. I've worked with a number of these programs on my own through my day job. done a lot of research on them, feel good about the depth and the breadth of offerings because our youth are different. And the same thing that appeals to one kid is not going to be what appeals to another. And so there are so many different things here. And I don't know if Director Peck remembers, but a few years ago we had Arts and Culture had a program from Mr. McAdoo's students at Central. And you could just see the joy they got and the engagement. And so when Mayor Scott last night was talking about having something to offer our youth, I think these kinds of programs, and some of them are almost like what we used to call enhancement, are really going to be those types of programs that engage our youth in a way that, at least during the pandemic, we have not been able to do. So I feel good about this, and we'll support these next week. And also, Director Wyrick have shared those same concerns and know that those domestic violence groups are working to get things in order to apply.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a statement and then make a request. I just want to applaud Director Dossett and the staff. I mean, I've only been on the board, yes, 15 months now, but obviously there's a added focus on using our dollars in this regard. So I appreciate the work that's going in. I appreciate y'all bringing these things before the board. I know it takes a lot of work to get here, but it's important for our city. So I just want to applaud the staff for doing that. And I want to keep it going. So my request to Director Dossett is that after the colleagues join Director Webb and I in passing this next week, after those amounts are allocated, if at some point in the future we can kind of get an update about how much money in the PIT budget has been expended and what's left, because I think we have some momentum getting dollars to people who are doing the work, and I just want to keep that going. So tip of the cap, then a request for an update after those dollars are allocated. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Make sure, I think we've answered all the questions on this particular item. And again, just want to reiterate both, Director Richardson, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand, I apologize.
That's okay, Mayor. Couple of quick questions and a couple of quick statements. One is, I think to Jones' point about transportation, when we first started PIT, we targeted the programming geographically to areas that had the greatest needs, where we had the most problems with young people and gang activity and criminal activity. So hopefully we're still doing that. And Dana or Bruce, are we utilizing the CYF or Kathy to determine where funding is going? Are we still doing geographically targeting for the programming? Because unfortunately, John, a lot of young people that we were working with when we first started our gang intervention work were banned from the Boys and Girls Clubs, banned from the community centers, and we were able to get them re-engaged and re-involved at the South End Community Center, the East End Community Center, Thrasher Boys Club, and Dunbar Community Center. And I don't think we had the Southwest Community Center at that time when we first started PIT. So are we still geographically targeting these areas where transportation would not be an issue, and targeting these programs where we know we have the greatest problems and the greatest issues with young people and the activities that they're engaged in? That's the first one.
Yes, we are also following the targeted areas of wards 1, 2, 6, and 7. That's the target areas. However, what's different this time is, as you know, in the past, they were limited to certain zip codes. And in this particular project, while that's the target, they're not limited to other students who might be engaged. And for example, that comes up with Central High School. It's definitely in wards, in the correct ward, but they may have someone from Ward 5 going to Central and they won't be turned away. So that's why I'm saying that it's inclusive, not exclusive, but the target that they will be well aware of are wards 1, 2, 6, and 7.
So we are working with these programs to help get these young people re-engaged or re-involved or re-enlisted or have access to the community centers and the boys and girls clubs they've been banned from. That was problematic. A lot of these young people have been kicked out of schools. Unfortunately, been kicked out of some of those institutions I just mentioned and were left to just hanging out in the streets, which led to a number of social ills that caused some of the problems that we saw. So we are working on that as a process.
Yes, and so we're also have planned different training opportunities to that end. As you know, we have, or maybe you don't know, we now have people on our staff that are in the community. We have them in the schools, and we also plan to put some at the community centers. And so we really are working harder to make sure that we have encompassed the entire city in a way that we haven't done as a comprehensive plan in the past. So to answer your question, yes, we definitely are trying to make sure that we have covered as many bases as possible.
So that let me say again, I guess the assumption is that we are geographically targeting specific areas of the city.
Yes.
Where we have the most problems with our young people. And I appreciate the reference to Thrasher because that was one of the sites of one of our first year-round PIT gang intervention prevention programs, Thrasher Boys Clubs, and we utilized that program, the Youth Initiative Project, to get those young people back involved in Thrasher. And I think that age group that LaRon, Mr. McAdoo is targeting is the target age for the Youth Initiative Project, which is our gang intervention prevention program that we utilize and try to help get young people away from gang involvement and out of gang involvement. So I think that was appropriate with that age group, and he's done some work in the past voluntarily to help us really expand the thinking of some of the young people that we've been working with. And one other question: who determines whether or not we're going to issue RFPs or RFQs and where they're going to go, and who makes the determination of what kind of program is needed where? Because I think one of my colleagues, somebody just mentioned, it may have been you, Dana, just mentioned what may work in one place may not work in another place. So we have different parts of our city with different needs and different challenges. So who determines whether or not they're going to be RFQs or RFPs and what areas we're going to target with these dollars?
I don't know if it's ordinance or resolution, Bruce, but by one of those, we are required to do RFPs at this time. So I can say that they will all be RFPs at this time. In terms of who determines it, at the end of the day, it's my team along with Bruce, but we work with a lot of different stakeholders, both in City Hall and outside City Hall, to find out what are areas that there seem to be gaps in and how we be able to use our dollars to fill those. And so again, that's how we came up with the 12 different areas that we offered through these last 2 RFPs. And I say actually 13 because day labor was in that as well as a new idea that we hadn't done before. So that's exactly how these different topics came up, is we take suggestions from anywhere and everywhere, and then we try to figure out what's the best way to capture those into an RFP. So I would also say we work very closely with our finance department, meaning procurement, to figure out the best way and some best practices that they've seen to be able to offer opportunities that we think will make a difference in the community.
And you just add another question to my mind. How are we evaluating the effectiveness of these programs? I've said repeatedly that your department is woefully understaffed, and to let parts of the community who doesn't believe in this approach to help public safety, how are we evaluating and ensuring to them that this, in fact, is a needed component of how we address public safety, that it's not just more police and bigger jails, it's youth engagement, community involvement. So how are we evaluating these?
I'd say a few ways. The first one is that, as I mentioned previously, Bruce did approve for us to get additional staff. So we're in the process of hiring the staff that we need to be able to carry out the requirements that are coming into the forefront. So he has already approved that, and he's been working with us as we have found people to fill those positions. So that's the first way. The second way in terms of monitoring is that we have an actual program monitor who has that job to do both scheduled monitoring visits as well as unscheduled monitoring visits, where she just pops up at a different organizations to make sure that they're doing what they said they would do. Because again, remember that these are service contracts, so we have a list of the services that they're supposed to be providing. And so when we go to that location, that's what we're looking is at our checklist for that particular organization to say, this is what's in your contract, and all of the contracts are different. But we say, this is what you said you were going to do, and we try to make sure that they're doing it. The third way that we have come up with is that each organization has SMART goals now. So as I mentioned before, there are each organization has to have 5 different SMART goals that will allow us to actually benchmark where they are and where they're trying to go. And then the last thing is that we are working on an RFP right now for an actual third-party evaluation service, because as you can imagine, we want to make sure that we're also have a third party looking at these, so it's not just us looking at our own work, it's another organization from the outside also taking a look to see are our programs effective, and or what might we be able to do to fix that. I will say lastly, I meant to say one more thing, is that we now have a data coordinator. That's one thing that we added to our staff, and she's been with us since December. And as Jay Barth also said, we are working on getting that data software, if you will, or company or whatever, that will also help us with data collection as well as monitoring, because we'll have the data, and then also with the evaluation because we'll have the data.
Well, 2 things on that. The second part that you mentioned, I think it's interesting to me. It's somewhat disconcerting because to have one person responsible for doing monitoring of all those programs it's a challenge. When I worked at New Futures and we were responsible for monitoring and evaluation, we had 4 staff members assigned to monitor each program. And it's a lot of work if you're doing it effectively and if you're doing it efficiently. And the pre-announced monitoring scares me because I don't know if we should let them know that we're coming to see that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, because they will start doing what they're supposed to be doing. I think the unannounced monitoring, the way we did it back in the early 90s, the multiple monitors for programs is probably a real better way to keep the stress and pressure off one individual. And I like the fact that you referenced hiring a third party to help assist with this. The other question I will have, and Bruce, this is for you or Tom, when we sold PIT as a tax, we didn't sell it as a tax to pay for more staff at City Hall. I think it was sold as a tax to put money out in the community to help develop these community-based nonprofits who didn't have capacity to go for state funding and federal funding. So I never thought we had sold this as a way to add more positions to City Hall. And Tom or Bruce, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that. If we're legally able to do that.
Director Richardson, we are. The tax was a general tax for public purposes. The idea of PIT, the pay raises for the police officers and such, were the commitments that the board made. The people accepted them, and then the board fulfilled them.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because when we sold that tax, and it goes back to the evaluation part, we had 2 previously proposed public safety taxes that failed miserably. And I think Dean and at Future Little Rock, they suggested that we match dollar for dollar for everything new police officer that we hired, we commit $1 for prevention, intervention, and treatment. And I think at that time, that amount was $3 million for 135 new police officers, 45 new officers over a 3-year period. That was the selling point, I think, at that time, at that tax to the community, going dollar for dollar match, and for every new police officer we put out there. And at that time, it cost us $3 million. That $3 million we started out with wasn't an arbitrary figure. It was based on this formula of adding new police officers over a certain time frame. And I think that generally it was sold or perceived as a tax to allow small, community-based nonprofits, faith-based institutions or programs that didn't have the capacity to build capacity and get these dollars and provide programming in the areas where we had the greatest problems, which addresses that transportation issues that Joan just brought up. So I have a little pause about that. I'm supportive of the work that you guys are doing. I'm supportive of any programming for young people, but I want to make sure that we're able to prove to all of us, our city and our colleagues, that these programs are needed and they're doing what needs to be done. I don't want to repeat a comment that one of our colleagues made. I think it's indicative of the feelings of a lot of people in our community about us spending these dollars in this way. And I think it may even be indicative of some of our colleagues in terms of not just hugging thugs, but just babysitting is the way I would phrase it. And we just need to be a little bit more cautious and deliberate and proactive, I think, to make sure we're getting the biggest bang for our buck and do something that's just not perceived as perfunctory or symbolic, but that's doing something that's making a change in the lives of the young people who often reflect the communities that they come from, which is where we place those programs. We didn't place them in areas where you needed a transportation, you needed to drive or catch a bus or a van. They were places where you could walk to, and there were places in the city of Little Rock where when we had that homicide rate in 93, those areas had the highest rates of gang activity, gun violence, criminal activity. It wasn't done arbitrarily. It was done based on a formula, based on a recognition that certain parts of our city they weren't doing as well as other parts of our city. And that's a recognition and an acknowledgement. And I think that those who push that were wise to make that happen. I'm appreciative and I'm thankful for the work that Dana and her staff and Director Webb and CYF, those guys have been doing to address this. But I just think we ought to make sure we're cautious and we're moving deliberately and we're doing it proactively, and that we start playing chess instead of checkers. There are some of the things that we have in place. I see on this list that I won't call them out. That gives me pause about what kind of impact they may or may not have on the levels of violence in our community and community engagement with our young people. But that's just my opinion. And please allow me the right to be wrong in my opinion. I don't do the monitoring. I don't do the evaluation, none of that anymore. I haven't done that in 6 years, believe it or not. The other question that I have, this is for you, Tom. Now, the T. Rich Foundation, I'm not working with them. I'm not on their board. I'm not connected with them in any other way other than being related to them. So would I have to recuse from that particular item?
You'll need to say that you are not voting on that particular item, but that would not keep you from being able to vote on the other items.
Okay, so I would have to recuse from that.
Yes, from T. Rich. I suspect you and I need to talk about the relationship, how close it is, and such like that to see where it tracks the city's ethics ordinance. But that would be the general thing. The worst thing that would happen is that you would have to know you're not voting on that particular issue.
Okay, well, he's my cousin, and his aunt used to work at the city, and I just wanted to make sure that I didn't overstep my bounds. And I know Doris had a question back on number 5, and I had a question on number 5 for you, Bruce, but I deferred to Doris. I think she wanted to go back to.
Director Richardson, once you're done with the question, we got some other board members in regards to this particular item.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mayor.
No problem. Director Phillips, if just to kind of keep things in order, I know you have a question on this item, and then we will then go back for the other items that have nothing to do with this item, and then that order will be Vice Mayor Hines and Director Wright, and then we can come back, I guess, to Director Richardson and then to you, Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. And this quick question, Director Dossett, I appreciate Director Richardson bringing up, I guess, the evaluation analysis that you use. And this may be a leading question of sorts, but I just wanted to be clear. Do you use that information when organizations reapply for dollars? So if I got XYZ company and you came through and you did your checklist and we weren't doing what we said we were going to do, but we came back and applied, how does that affect your recommendation for that XYZ company going forward?
That's one reason that let me get it straight. That's one reason why before it comes to the board, it goes to the CYF. And those are the questions that are answered and addressed by the CYF before they would ever even endorse a certain organization. I will add that we have a monitoring committee, and the monitoring committee actually deals with all of the issues that may be uncovered during a monitoring visit so that we can address those. We do have a coach on staff, so in addition to the monitor, whenever the monitor finds out that there may be an issue that's arising or that she's noticed, it gets referred to the coach for technical assistance, and we try to address it as soon as possible. If need be, then that organization, again, would be going to the monitoring committee of the CYF to have that discussion. And in certain circumstances, there have been times where we have terminated a contract. We definitely do put people on corrective action plans as needed. So to answer your question, we do a lot to try to address any issues that any organization might have with fulfilling their contract.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Director Dossett. That's all I had on that.
Vice Mayor Hines.
Thank you. I have good questions on 12 and 13. Or not 12 and 13, 11 and 12.
11 and 12.
Yeah. So I guess Brian can come up. These all both deal with port land, correct?
Yes, Director, Vice Mayor Hines. The item 11 is to purchase 15 acres of property from Still Properties LLC. We will use port funds for that acquisition. And then item 12 is to sell 65 acres of land to Blue Stem Partners, where they will build, have committed to build 1 million square feet of warehouse there at the port.
Okay.
Both are at the port.
And on this warehouse, is it high ceiling, 35?
Yes, sir. 40-foot cross dock, high quality warehouse. If you had Googled Synthesia earlier, if you look at Blue Stem Partners out of Overland Park, Kansas, you'll see some of their developments. The board made a decision that we did not have any available warehouse space at the port, so we went out and are talking with this firm and others about some potential development. So that's what this will be.
Okay. Is there any time definite for when they'll build?
They have, I'm going to get it wrong. There are some clawback provisions. I think they have to have the first 500 or 600,000 square feet built within 18 months. And then the other, I can get that for you, but yes, sir, there are time restrictions. One of the things we're finding that supply chain, like getting materials for roofs, could take up to a year and some of those challenges, but there are pretty strict requirements for them to meet those obligations. If not, there are penalties and clawback provisions.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir. Any other questions on that?
That's it.
Thank you.
Director Wright.
My question was back on item number 5, Mayor, about the sidewalks. Wanted to know what areas those sidewalks would be in. I see that it's paid out of the 3/8 sales tax, so that was back from 2011. So this would have been approved back then. I wanted to know where they were being built, and I also wanted to ask a question regarding city code, because I recall when I first got on the board that this issue came up about a resident being required to repair the sidewalk in front of their home, and I thought we amended that policy to remove that. So I want to find out if we did amend it, if we did not amend it, can we amend it? I do not think that that's something that a resident should be held responsible for, and I do distinctly recall that discussion.
There's a list of all the locations.
Where the sidewalks are being repaired.
There is a list that you will receive tonight. I will email it to Ashley or whoever needs to distribute it to y'all. So you'll have the exact list that's part of the bid for the contracts for this.
Who made the decision as to where? I mean, are there?
They're based on requests that we've received from the public for sidewalk replacements.
Okay, and then the question then is on the city code, Mr. Carpenter, I guess, because I heard you say that the city code still says that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I thought we amended that. What would be the procedure to amend that, Mr. Carpenter?
You'd have to change the ordinance.
So what would it take to get that done, Mayor Scott?
I'll look into it now.
As if you want to change, you would make an amendment to the ordinance.
Yeah, but I thought we did that years ago.
Then, Mr. Moore?
I think what Mr. Honeywell was saying is we don't basically enforce that part of the code. If you call the city and say I'd like to get my sidewalk fixed, we'll tell you what the code is. But what we do is put it on this list, and that's why this list is 3 or 4 years old. I mean, these are all residential sidewalks. These aren't new sidewalks. I mean, they eventually become new. And I'll give you a good example because each of the ward members, had an opportunity. We sat down every third year to kind of go over your list of recommendations for the infrastructure and bond issue. Well, if you remember what Director Hendricks said was, she said, well, I want to put more money in sidewalks. And so out of that allocation for Ward 1, and I haven't looked at the list yet, but that might be where the majority of them are. Like John said, we do try to get them in, somewhat of the same area, which would help save money. But all of these that you all have approved since 2011 are all residential sidewalks. We don't. I can never remember my tenure where we told somebody you had to rebuild your sidewalk.
I do. That's how it came up.
Yeah,
And
well, but we don't. But there's no no penalty. We don't take you to court, or we just put it on a list. And again, we just got in this business of repairing residential sidewalks in 2011. That was a major issue that the public had, and the board agreed.
So why do we have the code that says that then?
Well, I believe as a city director, if you want to make an amendment to that code, you can make it.
I thought we did years ago when all of this discussion.
City attorney, has that not been made?
I don't think so.
So since it has not been made based on our city attorney's knowledge, city director, Wright, if you would like to make that change, please make that request to the city attorney to draft that amendment to the ordinance, and we'll add it to agenda.
Yes, it's not, the typical resident does not have the wherewithal to be replacing sidewalks. They have to put their money into their home. If they can at least do that, that keeps the structure up. To have to come out and do a sidewalk that's on city right-of-way makes no sense.
Totally understand, but I can't go back to 2011. I can share, at least within 3 years, I'm not aware of anyone that's been penalized to do that, but I am a firm believer you got to have things in writing and
exactly
on paper.
And I'm sure no one's been penalized, but their sidewalk didn't get repaired either.
Right.
The penalty is not the issue. The issue was the fact that the sidewalk would never get fixed.
So you'll make a written request to the city attorney to make an amendment?
Do I need to do that, Mr. Carpenter, or can you take the written request here?
I just wrote it down in red.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Director Richardson, then Director Phillips.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Moore really talked a little bit about when we began the sidewalk program, and I think in 2012 we made that as a part of our reentry program. So do we have the ability, Bruce, to use reentry dollars or find additional dollars to match what the city is spending to help enhance and expand our sidewalk repair? Because in addition to us making our individual requests, Bruce, correct me if I'm wrong, we had staff go out and survey different parts of our city and make their assessments on what's needed in different parts of our wards, in addition to our own individual requests. We had staff go out and we had a list that you provided to us of the staff, the infrastructure issues that were identified by staff. And then we had a chance to go through those, put asterisks by those or check marks by those or add to those or delete those or whatever. We had a little bit more involvement back then. So not only did staff, did we do it, but staff did it before we did it. Is that correct?
If you remember, what we did, we had a period of, and I can't remember, 3 months to say, here's the infrastructure request form. We went out to all the neighborhood associations. We went out, the city board went out, it was online. And now we had to put a deadline on it at some point because you got to give staff the opportunity to go out and grade the sidewalks, or you got to go out and look at the drainage issue and see what level it was. So you're correct. We took all the requests in. We then went out and graded each project and then came back, and that's how we based the recommendations on.
Thank you. And two other questions on that. With that, in 2012, I think when we started our reentry program as a part of our sidewalk resurfacing efforts, are we still doing that? Are we going to do that with these projects? And I say that to say that there's some reentry dollars that we could possibly look at the state level or maybe even the federal level to leverage what we're spending and to expand the areas and number of sidewalks. Are we still doing that as part of our reentry work?
Director Richardson, yes. This is funding that we use to do both reentry sidewalk programs, and then we're not able to spend all of the money that's allocated towards sidewalk replacement through our reentry program. So when we have the ability to build up some funds in that account, we'll actually go out and use that and use outside contractors to help us repair more sidewalks than we're physically able to do with our reentry program. So this money is coming from the same funding source as a sidewalk replacement reentry program. So that program and this contract comes out of the same source. So we are trying to get as much sidewalk as we can done as quickly as we can with that funding through both those sources.
Okay, thank you. And I think Dana made reference to our day labor program, that would not be comparable, or that would not be cohesive, or it would not match what we're talking about here tonight. That's a whole different program we're talking about, right, Bruce?
Correct.
And my last question, what are we doing as a city to use our ongoing redevelopment program to acquire federal dollars to help enhance our efforts? Because I know now my heart is still broken. I've lost the 12th Street corridor to Director Miller, and I know I'm leaving it, passing the baton to good hands. But in that area, Bruce, as you may remember, Frederick and Carol, when she was our grant, she was our grant writer there, and and our consultants, we wrote a Jumpstart Grant for $2.5 million work. So all that work you see in between Pine and Cedar in that 12th Street corridor area around the 12th Street station, those are federal dollars. Those are dollars that they're not coming out of our pocket. They're coming from the federal government as part of a Jumpstart initiative, $2.5 million grant that we utilize to help build sidewalks, not replace sidewalks, build sidewalks, deal with the curb and drainage in that area that has been probably one of the most underserved for quite a while. That's in Ward 1 now. It's not in Ward 2, and the work is still going on. So are we, Bruce or Dana or John or Mayor, anyone, are we still looking aggressively at additional funding sources to enhance the things that we're already doing?
Yes.
That was quick.
And even in addition to that, we, in one of our policy meetings today, we discussed naming an existing team member to be deemed as an infrastructure coordinator in regards to the new Bipartisan Infrastructure Act deal, where in addition to the dollars that are going to the state's Department of Transportation, and many times we're able to get a lot of those dollars from the Transportation Alternative Program. There are many other grants that will be available for us to pursue that we are working to take advantage of, just like the work with the Jumpstart program.
Well, thank you, man. I would encourage us, and it's particularly John and his staff, and in addition to the other hosts of duties that they're responsible for, is that we look at some of these other dollars to enhance what we're currently spending and to add to revitalizing certain parts of our community and redeveloping certain parts of our community that's in dire need of development. Some of these basic infrastructure issues some of these basic infrastructure issues that we're talking about tonight. I think there are dollars out there. I just think we need to make sure we have a team or a group that's aggressively looking for these funds and the city acquiring these funds so that we can enhance what we're currently doing with our funds. And it's there. The Jumpstart Grant is a perfect example. Bruce, you remember when we wrote that when we first started, about 3 years after we started the 12th Street Corridor Revitalization Project. It was $2.5 million grant to help improve the infrastructure around Pine to Cedar, sidewalk development, curb, gutter work, and in my greatest hope, the greatest of desires is that we would figure out a way tie some of this work, as I asked Jay when he presented to us, some of these ex-offenders, tie a lot of these work so that we're doing not only just infrastructure revitalization, but human capital revitalization. So tying some of this work to ex-felons, disconnected adults and youth, so they can be a part of revitalizing our community. And I don't know, Bruce, if you remember when we started building the 12th Street station, we had a meeting in a little trailer on 13th Street, and we were talking about, I think our contractors were talking about hiring police officers for security. And I think you and I know I did, said, well, let's employ some of the people in this community to help demolish this old building, that old thrift store. They would be your security, because that's a part of their work. They own that. They would not let anybody mess with that. So we don't need to hire police. I don't know if you remember that meeting, but if they had the skill set to help demolish the building, let's employ them. They live there. That's part of their work. It's part of something that they own, and they're going to be the security that we would need to enhance the safety of the work that's going on there, because they're not going to let anybody mess with something that they're a part of, that they own. So I think it's all about ownership and all about trying to get a lot of our people who are disconnected to get reconnected through some of these opportunities like what we're talking about tonight. And John, I want to thank you and your team, and Bruce, you and your team, for doing what you've been doing since I've been on this board. A little bit longer than 15 months, Antoine, but I think there's opportunities for us to really, really enhance and think outside the box and enhance. Not only are we uplifting infrastructure, we're uplifting the people who live in those places. 'Cause out of the problems that we talked about when we talked about these after-school and out-of-school programs, they're just mere reflections of the communities that the young people come from and that they live in. That's an unfortunate reality, but I think we're well on our way to doing that. And I think, Mayor, you do a great job with presenting opportunities for us to enhance and expand on what we're doing. So that would be my encouragement, and that's all I would have to say on that.
Thank you so much, Director Richardson. Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, and I'm trying to make sure I got it pulled up. And I think resolutions 13 through 16 kind of all go together. I don't know if this question is, or 14, 15, and 16 go together. I don't know if this question is for you or the city manager, but the first one, just so I'm clear, item number 13 about Cruz and Associates as the bond underwriter, that's related to the potential renewal of the 3 mills. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to make sure I had that understood. And then as it relates to 14, 15, and 16, on item number 15, city manager, and I'm going to use kind of colloquialism here, but essentially the city is going to front the money for the project, but item 15 does not state how much money we're going to front. Can you expand on that? I know a number listed in item 16, but it's not in item 15. So how much money is the city putting up front?
This is, and we do have our attorney here from the Friday firm, but this is a resolution that whenever we're about to consider going through issuing bonds, we pass a reimbursement resolution that basically just says if the municipality moves forward with issuing the bonds, and we can reimburse ourselves for any of the dollars that we have expended. What we have to get started is the contract with the architect, because we won't know the design of the deck, the size of the deck, until that process is initiated. And I think that's important to note that the board isn't committed to issuing these bonds with these actions. The governing body is just saying we'll start the process. We'll see what it entails. The bond underwriters, obviously, they have more work to do with our finance department, but the initial money up front really will be the architectural services.
And that's the number that's listed, I guess, in item number 16. That's about a little over $700,000. Is that correct?
$726,000, correct.
Okay. And the architect, was that firm selected back in 2020 when these conversations first started, or has there been an update, if you will?
I think that was updated. What we did in 2020 was we hired the underwriter and the legal counsel.
Okay. And for my own benefit, and this I kind of thought about this last night, listened to the mayor's State of the City. There was a mention of our minority spend being increased from 13 to 23%, and that's good news. But I'm greedy. If I do good, I want to do even better. So I would like for maybe this for the city manager to understand what all other, if we do allow these bonds to go forward, what other RFPs will be on the table. Not that I need to be involved in the process. I just need to know who all is going to be involved, and I want us to have an emphasis on making sure that we're continuing to consider people who are not usually sitting at the table when we do these type of deals. I know we got good firms that do all type of work throughout the city, but whenever we do a deal, it seems like it's the same people that come to eat dinner with us, and I want different people at the dinner table. So if if the city manager or your staff can give me a list of potential RFPs, not the actual RFP, but like categories of RFPs that will be needed, I would appreciate that because I want to be helpful in making sure that we're growing our minority spend even higher than what it is currently. And then in addition, I work downtown, and my office on the 24th floor of the Bank of America building. And when I look out my window, I see a lot of surface parking that seems to be underutilized. And I understand completely that this parking deck is we're kind of talking apples and oranges with the need of the parking deck. But I think this is an opportunity for us as a city to take advantage of the moment. And I don't know how this works, mayor or city manager, but I would love, and I don't even know if this is a real term, but to start some type of density development plan, something where we look at all these surface parking lots. I don't know who the owners are. I don't know if the city owns them, if it's all one person or a group of people. But I don't like looking out my window at work and seeing surface parking lots not being used. And I think we can have a role in at least spurring some development and density in our downtown. And I think this may be an opportunity to do that. So I'll defer to the mayor or the city manager if there's, educate me on how we do that. Can we do that? Who we need to call? What needs to happen?
So Director Phillips, I think that's a very good question. I know there's been a number of different folks in the city over the years, at least the last 5 to 7 years, have talked about a potential parking lot authority that kind of regulates that. I don't think we're there just yet, but I think we do know. I think it's common knowledge that we have too many parking lots in our city, more so than I believe one of the stats is Disneyland. So we need to figure out how we can control that. What I will do is ask Jamie Collins to kind of help us think through that possibility in regards to just knowing what's all out there, to the extent of getting that information first and start from there.
I appreciate that, Mayor. And as you know, you and I were members of Think Big Little Rock, and that's one of the things that we talked about during that process is the number of parking lot spaces. And want to give a shout out to the people that was involved in that process that educated me, because I didn't even realize how big of a deal it was until I went through there. So I know it's been a conversation, but let's stop talking about it. Let's do something about it. And that's where my energy is right now. So I appreciate you appointing Director Collins, and I'll volunteer myself to be part of the density development committee or whatever it is. I want us to make Little Rock look and feel different, and that's my passion. So I want to volunteer myself for that.
Well, thank you for making it, for volunteering. We'll visit with Director Collins, and we'll figure out what the next steps are to be more strategic when it comes to parking lots in our city and ensuring that we have greater infill in downtown, as well as mobility too. I think that's one of the things that we have to ensure that we're focused on mobility, not only for our pedestrians, but also for our brothers and sisters with disabilities.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's all I have on the consent agenda, Mayor, so thank you.
Lee, let me make sure. Yes, ma'am.
Question, normally they put on here where the funds are coming from on Resolution 16, that $726,000. Where is that funding money coming from?
Just be our general fund carryover. It's either in the board write-up or the resolution, but.
Say what?
It's our general fund carryover.
When did we get some carryover?
Well, obviously, as we close the year, Ms. Linehan will give a report on on where we project to be before our audit is done, and so in order to get the architect going, it's recommended that we just use our potential carryover to start the process.
Can this carryover be used for other projects that have been lingering?
Definitely, I do believe that, again, the board's process has been, we finished the audit. We then, once the audit is concluded, then we come back and recommend what we normally do with the carryover. I mean, a lot of times as we've had this discussion, it goes to our reserve fund, contingency fund, but the answer to your question, it could go to projects. It could.
Well, you and I discussed one this morning that has been lingering for 5 years that I'd like to see funded that's going to benefit the community in our green project. But also, if these bonds go forward, can we recoup this $726,000?
Yes, ma'am. That's what the reimbursement resolution is for.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions on 1 through 16?
Yes.
Director Miller?
I don't know if it's much question about 1 through 16. That's a couple of observations, a couple of questions. Item 5 had made reference to the capital improvement sales tax to 3/8. Can we get, and I may have slept, you may have given it to me, and I'm sorry, but how much is left over of that 3/8, and how many projects are yet to be done that we said we were going to be done, or have they all been done?
Dr. Miller, I sent that report to you all probably a few weeks ago. March 1st, it was in a memo form on a Friday. Ashley can resend it.
Thank you. And then the other question I had, and this may be taken care of once the audit is done, when are we going to receive the 2022 budget book?
It should be completed.
Director Linehan?
It should be completed within the next 2 weeks. We had to extend for a week. We've had several staff vacancies and some surgeries and things that delayed it, but it will be completed within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you. Just want to get my budget book.
Any more questions on 1 through 16? Seeing none, we'll now go. Any questions for 17 to 23? Director Richardson, then Director Wyrick.
Mayor, I don't know why when I hit my hands up, it's not showing.
We'll get what
I get what I tell you on that. Or I just make sure I'm there. I think that's the subliminal message to me, is to make sure I'm down there with you guys. I want to echo Director Phillips' point. I'm greedy as well, and I think we need to figure out ways to increase. And we're not talking about corners, Tom. We're not talking about set aside, but increase the number of minority vendors and contractors with the city, and hopefully increase the number of employees with all these companies, these big job announcements that we're having. If we can figure out a way to provide incentive to hire citizens from our city. I'm always excited when we bring new job opportunities, but it's somewhat of an oxymoron to me. It's like a sad joy. I'm happy that we have these jobs here, but I'm sad that there's a deep feeling, and once again, it's just my opinion, and allow me the right to be wrong in my opinion, that a lot of these jobs, most of these jobs, won't be filled by people who live in the city of Little Rock. And I think we need to figure I don't know if Brian is still there or his representatives are still there, but figure out a way to incentivize hiring capable employees from the city of Little Rock in a legal, effective, efficient manner. And we're not talking about quotas, Tom. We're just talking about incentives. We provide incentives for them to locate locate here for a number of other different reasons. I think that hiring people who live in the city of Little Rock could be another incentive that we can include. We tried that with a day ordinance that I sponsored many, many moons ago, but I just think we need to understand and realize the connection between unemployment and underemployment and crime. And to the tune of a broken record, I know I'm annoying you guys with this, I'm going to say this again and again and again. The color, with respect to violence, the color is not red or blue anymore. The color is green. The color is green. And if you look at those areas where we are having the most problems with criminal activity and crime, look at the socioeconomics of those areas and look at the demographics of those areas. And it speaks a lot to what we need to be doing proactively to address public safety in a proactive way, not in a reactive way. And I agree with Director Phillips. I'm the ultimate homer. Central High shirt on right now. I just think we need to have a more deliberate attempt to, one, as Director Phillips said, increase our minority vendor list, increase the percentage in the number, and make it more reflective of the population of our city. I too, Antoine, have seen people that's come down and we've never said no to, and use a suspect in the status quo. And I think in order for us to grow and be bigger and better, we have to get outside of that mindset. We've been into it and we've been locked into it for so long that it's almost like we're on auto patrol, automatic patrol. And we need to be thoughtful of that and think about that and to make this happen, guys. So that's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Director Wyrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to pull items 17 and 18 off of consent and make them separate. This is for straight C3 zoning in Southwest Little Rock. I forwarded to the board a petition from the adjacent neighborhood of all those that were in opposition. If you read the write-up, it said that there were no people that were in opposition to it. I talked to Jamie about it today, and we kind of got it straightened out. Apparently, the neighborhood sent their letter in opposition and their petition the day before the meeting, and so it did not get, the write-up did not get adjusted. But this is straight C3 zoning, and as Doris and I have talked about in the past, when it comes to C3, you can put anything in there, including an apartment complex. And this is catty-cornered from the new Southwest High School. It's adjacent to a neighborhood, and you can't, I think we used to limit the uses in C3, but I found out that we can't do that. Like, for instance, if there was something objectionable in the community, you could limit that use. But according to Jamie now, you're not able to limit that. So anything that falls under C3 zoning can go into this location. So I would like to hold this separate. I expect some neighborhood folks to come and speak in opposition. And the other comment I have is, we went through the pandemic and we've gone through Zoom calls and we've limited access to rooms. And I think that created an issue with this last meeting, is the ability to get on Zoom or to attend in person. So I hope that we start broadcasting that we're able to attend in person as well as Zoom, because I think it's limiting the participation from individuals. So that's my other comment. So I'd like to have this separate. 17 and 18. One's a land use and one's a rezoning.
Director Wright. Thank you, Director Wyrick.
Mr. Mayor, regarding the rezoning of the C3, I had asked that our staff take a look at limiting what we can do in C3, giving it some categories. And Mr. Carpenter, I believe you had shared that you thought we could do that. And I see you're nodding your head. For the public, he did agree with that. Can you give me an update, Mayor, on where we are with that?
We're still in a review of that feasibility from a staffing standpoint. I hope to have you a report in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, because I think that would help us in making these decisions because I just don't think apartments ought to be something you can do in C3. We need to have a category for that. So, and if we can't, then we need to know that, but I want to know if it's just too broad.
Right, but to ensure, like I said, it's going to take a couple weeks because we got to make sure both legal and the planning department goes through the feasibility based on things that have happened in the past, so we don't.
Well, we're talking about going forward. We're not talking about in the past because you don't have to go back, but you go forward. That's what I'm talking about.
You know I like things about going forward, so you're correct. We just want to make sure on legal liability issues. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Director Miller, is your hand still up? Director Phillips, is your hand, took your hand away?
Director Antoine is fine, Mayor, but my hand is down. I apologize.
Sure thing, Director Antoine. Well, now, any questions? Director Miller, are you putting your hand? Director Richardson, did you put your hand up? I just saw it. It's working now.
It's not working back because it's not up. It's down. I just made sure I took it down. So.
Well, I just saw it. Up. Yeah, we'll make sure IT we'll get that fixed.
All right, thank you.
We don't want you to think that's some type of subliminal message at all. So it's just technology. Seeing no other questions. Any questions?
Man, I'm okay with who I am and what I am, what I'm doing. So there's no real need for reassuring me. I just wanted to point that out, but I'm okay. I'm fine. So,
yes, sir.
If y'all ain't ignoring me, that's your problem.
Yes, sir. Any questions for items 24 through 26? Seeing none. On the 27th, we'll do our boards and commissions, and we'll also do do our annual evaluations as well with the city attorney and the city manager for April the 5th. This agenda meeting is now adjourned. We'll now come into, actually, we'll still handle the policy. We'll add the discussion of 2012 millage to the policy agenda and then go straight to American Rescue Plan Act. Mr. Moore?
Mayor, members of the board, Ally, if you could just pull up those 6 items, and just wanted to highlight those again and see if there were any particular questions about any of them that have been presented. And as we said in the, I think our last meeting, from a calendar perspective, we're going to have to make some decisions in May, and then I guess this weekend is April the 1st. So I just want to keep the item in front of the board, and we can begin to prepare the necessary documents to move a recommendation forward for a special election on August the 8th.
Mayor.
Director Wright?
So with regard to this presentation that you have here, the commentary that you have received doesn't appear to have resulted in any modifications or changes. So this is what we're apparently moving forward with?
Well, the board is the ultimate decision maker on what gets on the ballot. I have had a lot of feedback, not only publicly and privately. And
I don't recall discussing it with you, so you hadn't gotten any from me.
Well, I did say publicly too, and I think board members have expressed some of their thoughts. And again, I didn't want to. I just wanted to be sure that we keep this on top of mind as we try to move something forward next month.
So this is 7. What's before that? Go to the beginning of this. So you're saying we won't know how much money we're talking about for the street improvement bonds at this point?
Right, correct. And on on next Tuesday, as you saw in your agenda today, I think it's item 13, this is where we will then be able to hire, if the board so desires, Stevens and Cruz, and they'll be the ones responsible for making recommendations on at least the size, and we'll work very closely, executive administration with the finance department to kind of recommend. We've kind of talked about it at this table before recently about, is it a 15-year, is it a 20-year and 25? So they'll run all of those numbers. And so my thought is, by April the 12th, we'll be able to come back to you and say, hey, here's what we would project for a 15-year bond issue, and based on that projection, here's what our recommendations would be on a percentage basis. All right, and then actually on the actual ballot, you will have the amount that is appropriated by the board on each of the ballot items.
And I think I shared initially that I would like to have in-person ward meetings in my ward. If nobody else wants it, that's fine, but I want one. So I want to be able to present this to the citizens, my constituents in Ward 6. I'd like 2 meetings, actually, one at the Northwest Precinct and one at West Central Community Center. There's 2 different segments of the population that shows up depending on where it is. So I would just want to make sure that they are aware of this, that they understand, that they have an opportunity to come forward with what street and drainage projects they want, if they're supportive of all of this or none of this.
Yes, ma'am.
That worked very well last time. People got a chance to come forward and talk about their street and drainage issues that they're having. That's the biggest problem that I'm seeing and hearing about. And I want them to have an opportunity to feel like they've been heard instead of just being put on a list that never gets addressed. Thank you.
Director Antoine.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate City Manager keeping this in front of us. Obviously, this is a big deal, so I appreciate the continued conversation. In these 6 categories, assume the board, we say yes to all 6. Would there be 6 items on the ballot, or could some of these be consolidated into, single items, or, combined where instead of 6, it's 4, or however we can figure it out? How does that work?
I look back, and we also met with bond counsel, and they would have to be 6 separate ballot issues. And even when you look at street improvement bonds and drainage improvement bonds, you would think, oh, you could put those together, but even in 2012, and those were the only 2 issues back then, but anytime we do street and drainage, it has to be separate, and the bond counsel has looked over this, and they would recommend that they have to be separate.
Okay, understood. And I think I heard you say that after bond counsel is selected, they'll do a presentation about the length of bonds and the length of the bond issuance and the proceeds that it will create. So I get that, but the question I'm asking, I think, is a little bit separate, which is how or when we decide how that money is split up. And I'm not talking about the categories per se, but I know back in 2011, at some point, the board decided to split up the money equally among the 7 wards. Where does that happen in this process?
I think once we get the percentages, and like I said, I'm going to shoot for April 12th on that. I think that's when we have that discussion.
Okay. So, and I was going to ask you to, I think Lil Baby said it before, to put a date on it. So April 12th is the date that we're going to have the numbers and talk about the allocation of the numbers.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all.
You're on mute.
I was saying, Mayor, I think that's all I have at this time. Thank you, City Manager.
If our IT team would transition to page 7, Director Warwick.
Well, I think I had a discussion in the boardroom. Maybe I had a discussion with myself, but I brought up the deal for police cars and a police station out west, and that's not been added to us. I know we had a discussion that it would have to be a separate item, and there wasn't a problem with the separate items. So it seems like this is somebody's agenda that we're moving forward with. I think I said that I was all about street improvements, drainage, and public safety. So it's almost like we had discussions here, but nothing's changed. So I don't get it. I don't know where we're going with this. Is this somebody's agenda that we're supposed to approve? Because if it is, I don't agree with it.
Mr. Moore, will you?
With the items that are on here.
Mr. Moore will explain. He shared with the board. Legally, you cannot do public safety vehicles. Mr. Moore, if you will explain.
No, he came back and he said you could.
Mr. Moore.
You did say that, and you said it'd have to be a separate item. And I said, what's the problem with the separate item? You said there's no problem with the separate item, but yet we still don't have a separate item.
Well, there's a process that we're going to go through, and we can add to this. We can take some off, and that's. I mean, but I do believe that, and these discussions are good for me, good for I think the mayor to hear, the public to hear. The issue, we had always, Sarah and I had always thought that when you have a bond issue, you have to, you build something over the life of the bond. It has to, if we did a 15-year bond issue, then the building would have to be there at least for 15 years. And so we always knew that police cars, that they have a 5-year life. And that's why you see on item 3, you have fire apparatus, because fire apparatus lasts a lot longer. Now, what we learned from bond counsel is that you have to take the entire bond issue. So we can buy police cars as long as the majority of the bond issue is focused over the life of the bonds. That was news to us.
What of bonds? I missed that.
That as long as the majority, and I don't know what the percentage is, but as long as the majority of the bond issue is sort of good for the life of the bonds, you can have one category that doesn't fit that rule. And police cars wouldn't fit that rule, but we still would be able to include them if we wanted to include them in this particular bond.
Okay, so what I see with the West Police Station, and maybe that sounds a little strange because I'm in Southwest, but if you build the West Police Station, that would give some relief for Northwest and some relief for Southwest. I think there'd be a benefit for Southwest to have a West Police Station. So that's the reason why I keep pressing that. But it's like we have these discussions about what we want, but we still got these same items on here, and I don't hear a consensus for those same items.
And again, that's what this is for.
Why do we keep getting this same piece of paper without addendums to it or changes? I'm sorry, I'm not aggravated, but I am.
Me too.
At some point, again, because, one of the things I heard around this table, because the mayor asked the question, 15 years, that was sort of the consensus that night. Well, 15 years limits what you can do. It does. We raised $110 million the last time we did it. Now, we should raise more than that. But if the consensus is we want to do a 20-year bond issue, then that changes the whole scope. So I've got a running list of what everybody asked for, what some people said that they wouldn't support. And at some point, we're going to go through an exercise with the group to say, all right, what do you want this bond issue to look like?
Okay, and that's next week?
I believe I want to wait till the 12th, until when we have the underwriters on board and the sort of the amounts that they can go over.
Okay. Sorry.
Mayor.
Where I am.
Mayor,
Thank you.
regarding the West Precinct, what I requested was that what we built at Pankey was not what we told the voters that we would do. We said we would have a precinct at Pankey that would be staffed with officers that would relieve the pressure on what is now Northwest Precinct across from Baptist Hospital. The Pankey station would become Pankey Northwest or Northwest, and the St. Station across from Baptist that is currently Northwest will become West Central. That's what we told people we would do. We didn't do that. I'd like us to fulfill that request, because we actually have something physically to work with now out at Pankey, whether that's adding on to it or whatever it needs to be done to fulfill that, because the high crime area is in Northwest where I live, right down the street. And people are told that live in that area that they have to call Southwest for service. And Southwest patrols that area of Barrow and my neighborhood, and those officers are more familiar with Southwest Little Rock because that's where they're located. So that is an issue that I would like to see addressed. And I think if we fulfill the original promise that we made, that would give some relief and get more visibility and patrols in the area, because the West Central Station could concentrate on that high crime area. And we also promised the people in West Central area, the John Barrow community, we promised them a pool. We never did that. I'd like to see that fulfilled. So I don't understand why we keep looking at the same thing when we've told you. I know I've said this before at least twice, and no changes have been done here. So it just seems that this is what I'm being told is going to be, whether I agree with it or not. And I can't go out and sell something to my constituents when I know that they're not getting what they should be getting because they didn't get what they were supposed to get before. So why would I have any assurance that they're going to get anything out of this? So I want to see this thing change and to include some of the requests that we're making, or else why we're sitting here for 2.5, 3 hours.
Mr. Moore?
Again, I wasn't asking for a consensus meeting today. I just want to be sure that everybody gets their thoughts out, and then we'll go through exercise and see where the consensus is for the board. That's always been my goal. I think I laid that out at the first meeting, and so, I mean, what I heard at first meeting was streets and drainage, and that was the focus. But I also heard from some other city directors, we do need to do the courts building, and there was one comment that said, okay, Bruce, let's keep it simple. So I'm going to come back. We'll go through our exercise. I think we'll be very successful on developing consensus. And if you remember, that's the first thing I said that I believe is so important with this upcoming election. We've got to have the consensus of the city board. That's that's just imperative, and I believe we can get there.
And I also would like to vote on each one of these individually, because I don't think we need to build a new building. We need to use some of the underutilized buildings that we have.
And Director Wright, you have mentioned that a few times, and the one you mentioned is the 12th Street Station. I will assure you that all that 44,000 square feet will be filled by the end of July. As you know, in fact, this board passed
Yeah, $14 million later when we initially said 10 million.
Director Hines, Vice Mayor Hines.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my comments brief since we've gone into the night quite deeply here. I'm going to speak for Ward 5 in West Little Rock. The issue we have is not a facilities issue with LRPD, it's a staffing issue. In order to create another patrol district, there's staffing from a command level down to that. We solve our issues with getting fully staffed, we could probably look at that doing, but however many officers we're down, whether it's right now, we don't have the staff to staff another precinct. We've got the facility. West Little Rock's greatest need from a public safety standpoint right now is a new firehouse. I've been talking to Bruce about it. The issue is we could fund and build the firehouse, but we have to put apparatus in it and we have to put firefighters in it. We don't have those in the budget. We're not even fully staffed in our fire department right now. These are all personnel issues. What we're talking about with a bond issue is capital. It's facilities and that type stuff. And I, as much as I would like to have another firehouse out in West Little Rock, because we've got a definite need as far as coverage times. We just had a total loss house fire that our response time's twice what it should be, just because of the physical run distance. I get it. We're not going to get everything out of this bond issue. If we do, we'll get little bits and pieces. I had forgotten about not forgotten about it, but was reminded of our commitment to have a new courts building and a new property room. Our funding, the way we formulated our sales tax collection, we formulated it, I think, initially with a 2 or 3% growth rate, which we didn't get the first 8 years of our sales tax. That's why we fell short on being able to build a courts building. We made a decision as a body that the property across the street would make a good fit for our police headquarters. We could retrofit it. It gives city control of that whole block. And it was a good fit. And we would try to address the courts building and the property room at a later date, which this would address. And hearing what I'm hearing about the courts building, I think part of what's happened is maintenance was stopped. We haven't upkept that building over the last 10 years because we thought we would be replacing it. And that's shame on us and staff for not keeping that up and not addressing it. We're trying to address it now. And I'm the ones that told Bruce to keep it simple, because you put too much salad on the plate, the voters aren't going to, the tendency is they're just not going to vote for anything. So I'd like to see money in there for the tech park, but that's another item if we add it. I think, and that's a debatable deal. I'll yield to that, and hopefully we can find funding for the tech park in another area. They've got a $10 million want that they think they can raise another $10 million for. That probably tends to be where I would move it to, is adding another thing. But, that's my thoughts. I think if we get 7, 8, or 10 items on there, we're doing ourselves to failure on this. So we need to figure out how we coalesce around 6 or 7. I think get much past this, it starts to get a little deep on the ballot. But, the good news is this is simple for the voter to understand. This is how we're going to spend the money. We've got good track records on doing it both ways, but I don't think the previous time, Bruce, that we had multiple items on there in 206, I think. How many did we have?
2004, we had 9, and in 2012, we had 2.
Right. So, we may have a track record for getting 9 done, but granted, if we're going to have a 15-year term, that's going to limit the amount of money we do, and the more items we spread it out between, the less we spend in other areas. So that's where we're going to try to coalesce around this. I've got some small needs. I've got a group of folks out in West Little Rock that would like to have a dog park, seeing as how my ward doesn't have any parks in it other than the Rock Creek Trail. So there's some advocacy. I think we can cover a dog park on land we've already got in part of this. But, I think that's just what I would caution everybody. If everybody starts throwing in the kitchen sink, we're not going. It's the old story of the stone soup. Everybody wants to take an ingredient out. At the end of the day, you end up with rocks in a pot of hot water. So it's just my only, I guess, advice to the board. But you know, I get where we're going, and we're not going to all get what we want out of this. The pie's not going to be big enough, but I think if we can take care of our necessary needs, we can hopefully get there. Thank you.
Director Adcock?
Yes. Last time we saw the Little Rock District Court building, it was with the police station. This time we see it, and you've saddled it down with the Little Rock Police Department property room facility. So why was the property room facility not built with the police station?
Director Hadcock, I will tell you, when we did the 3.8 sales tax, the property room wasn't mentioned. And I don't know why that was. Obviously, it had a limited number. I mean, what we said was we'd build a new headquarters building and a new municipal courts building. And I think there's some thought that was going to be one facility, but when you actually look at all the information, it just said we'll build 2 new facilities. We do need a new property room. Right now, it's in the court building. And so my thought was that the bond council allowed us to combine it, which is about the only thing that we've been able to combine. But that's why it's shown the way it is.
Well, I would like to see them separate and give the court building a bigger opportunity to get theirs done. We've got a large building out on 12th Street. Could we not add another story to it or someplace and put the property room? And did we consider using the empty space on the first floor for the property room for the police department?
It's not big enough.
It's not big enough?
Correct.
Well, I'm afraid if we saddle the Little Rock Court building with this property room, it's not going to go anyplace. And I would like to see us separate them.
But let me just point out, and something that the Vice Mayor just said, if the property room is a known capital item that's needed, and if we separate them, now that adds another ballot issue. And so I really did try to listen and try to keep it simple, but there are some needs, and if we wanted to add another piece for the tech park, we couldn't add it to number 6 because we own the port, we don't own the tech park. In fact, there's some school of thought that we couldn't do the tech park anyway because we don't own the building. But so that's why it's structured the way it is. And again, this is the city manager's effort on the language. That'll be up to bond counsel working with our city attorney to determine how it's actually worded. But I did want to put out there that because it is a known need. The police department is constantly alerted the mayor's office, my office, to the need. And you might have seen the media article where we lost some property because of a drainage issue. But so that's why it's separated like that.
I'd still like to see them separated and give the court building a bigger chance, because when you double something, it's going to cost more and people's going to say that costs too much. Thank you.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to bring something to the city manager for the presentation on April 20th. I know we just got through talking about the 15-year number, and I know that's been thrown around. Could you please have bond counsel and the underwriters be prepared to let us know what the funds that will be created if we did 15 versus 20, so we can have that conversation on the 12th?
Correct. Okay.
And then you also mentioned, and I'm big on, I guess, logistics. So I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing. You mentioned that we're going to go through the exercise. what is the exercise? Is that us voting on each individual item and each item has to get 6 votes for it to be on the ballot? Or do we vote and add things to this list as some of our colleagues mentioned today? Do we vote to take things off? Are we going to actually, do a roll call vote about how the money is going to be allocated? Do we do a roll call vote on whether it's 15 years, 20 years? Do we do a roll call vote on whether the at-large directors have a say in how some of the money is spent? What is the exercise?
Well, I'm still thinking through that.
Okay.
Because the one thing, Director Phillips, that I don't want to happen is there's 6 votes, because that's not consensus. Obviously, if there are 6 votes, that there's at least a majority of the board that wants to see it on the ballot. But hopefully, we can work to where there's more than 6 votes. And I'll spend some time over the next week or so trying to work through that.
Okay. And I think maybe my last comment here, there was some mention, I think maybe Director Hines said the last couple of years, the 3/8 sales tax were the only years that actually met the growth rate. So I guess that would have been 2019 and 2020. For the sake of those who are watching, how are we addressing the growth rate issue with this sales tax issue, right? That wasn't the millage.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just answered my own question. Okay. Understood. I think that's all I have. Thank you, City Manager.
Director Richardson, then Director Peck.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I agree with some of what I'm hearing, and to a couple of my colleagues who say they're aggravated or agitated. I'm always that way, but you can never tell by my disposition. I agree with Lance. We need to understand, and I understand, and I told Director Anton, I've been on the board a little bit longer than 15 months. I've been on the board long enough to know I'm not going to get everything that I want. And I've also been on the board long enough to know that everything I want may not be what's best for the entire city. So there's a part of me that says I have to sacrifice some of those personal things I may want for my ward, in particular parts of my ward, but the better part of the city is going to be the other things that are not included. And I find that fascinating. Bruce, I thank you for what you've done on this, and I thank you for giving us an opportunity to give you feedback. And I don't want us to play ward politics with this, and I agree with Lance. I think we need to keep it simple. I know I've been on this board long enough to know I'm not going to get everything I want. I'm okay with that. That doesn't bother me. Because a lot of times, everything that I want may not be what's best for the entire city. It may be what's best for Ward 2, but may not be what's best for Ward 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. There's 6 other wards. And Bruce, with respect to your question about the life of the police cars, has the city ever done an assessment on the impact of take-home cars on the life of our police cars? I think you said a 5-year life period, if I heard you correctly. Is that correct?
Correct. And we have Wendell Jones did one. Our current director, Mr. Hinton. They have all the data that suggests if we had a take-home car program, that the life of those vehicles would be a lot longer than 5 years.
Well, I remember bringing this to your attention a few years ago as making that an incentive that all police officers who live in the city had take-home cars, because I understand there's a great value to them for some of our officers. And during the agenda meeting, you gave me one figure what it would cost, and then the next week during the actual meeting, I think that figure rose about $1.5 million, and I didn't question you about that. But I think that we have cars every day that are leaving this city, going to other municipalities, sometimes as far away as Malvern. And if they're marked cars, I think we're subsidizing public safety of homogeneous, or as the correct pronunciation is, homogeneous communities. So I think that this gives an opportunity to look at all of our practices as we look at the things that are proposed, and you're giving us the opportunity to give you our input. And I would prefer that happen in individual meetings in person, because the world is TV screen and people can look in and see us. Then it's action time. It's Will Smith time. It's showboating time. But I just think that in all actuality, we do have an opportunity to give you input, give our input, and do it in a way where we're not showboating or ego grandstanding. And I appreciate the times you said yes to me, and I appreciate the times you said no to me. Both of those, because it's not about just one particular ward. It's not about one particular department. It's not about one particular issue. I mean, it's comprehensive. And I think that's why a lot of times we have sacred cows in some of our departments and sacrificial lambs in other departments. They're being viewed that way internally and externally, and that's disturbing to me. So I'm glad we have done some assessment on the take-home car policy. I think there's a lot of things that I'd like to see on here, and I would talk to you about those things. I'll give you a call tomorrow. But I don't think the fact that those things that I want are not on it, I don't think that you being disrespectful or not being courteous to what I think I need to do in my constituency and in parts of Ward 2. It's just going to take it's a take and give kind of process. And I agree with Lance. Man, we need to keep it simple. And that's what they say in some programs. You KISS it, and KISS means keep it simple, stupid. Let's keep it simple. Let's don't convolute it. Let's don't make it too complicated where we're confusing people. And then if there are things that we have said we're going to do, and for whatever reason we can't do it, I defend our city staff. I defended administration. I defended you and Stolen and everyone else, but I would never say, well, I told you we can't trust them. Let's just move forward. The glass is half full, gang. It's not half empty. Let's just move forward with that perspective. And I think we can get this done. Thank you.
Director Pack.
I'm going to be so brief. I just wanted to reiterate what Vice Mayor Hines said about the what Director Wright brought up about the Pankey Station, which actually was there today. It's a very small building. It's what, Bruce, maybe 6,000 square feet. Half of it's community center. It's a tiny. I wasn't around when we promised to build that there, but that's not what it is now. It would take a big investment. I think Vice Mayor Hines is exactly right. It's personnel. And I did want to also reiterate about the house that unfortunately burned to the ground because we just couldn't get there fast enough. And those, you don't hear a lot from wards 4 and 5 about what we need and what we want, but those are big on my list. So thanks for communicating that for both of us. Lance.
Thank you so much. Director Adcock, is your hand still up?
No, it never went off there.
All right. Mr. Moore, you have any final comments?
No, sir. I appreciate the feedback.
Director Cox, if you'll share the American Rescue Plan Act update.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board. Tonight, I'd like to update you on the first tranche of the American Rescue Plan Act. You all received a memo on March 18, and so this PowerPoint is a synopsis of that memo. So just a couple of quick reminders about the American Rescue Plan Act. Allie, if you'll go on, thank you. The city received our first tranche in May of 2021, and that was $18.8 million. And then on August 3 and August 10 of 2021, the board passed 2 resolutions that stated intent for 17.9 million of that 18.8. And we do expect to receive the second tranche in May of 2022, and that will be another $18.8 million in late May. And then, as a quick reminder of the time frame, costs have to be obligated by December 31 of 2024, and projects must be completed by the end of the calendar year in 26. And the categories that are in the American Rescue Plan Act for us to use are expenditure of lost revenue on governmental services, public health measures to respond to COVID-19, water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, ways to address the negative economic impacts of the pandemic, premium pay, and indirect costs. And then on the next slide, this is an overview of the first resolution that was passed on August 3 of 2021. And we have done a network core upgrade on cybersecurity. And you'll see this column here shows, the far right column, shows the possible savings or additional need. And so we're expecting to save a very small amount of about $3,000 on the network core upgrade. And then on the fire apparatus, if we change this allocation from 2.2 million up to approximately 2.3 million, then the fire department will be able to work with fleet to purchase a new pumper. So an increase towards this is what staff is recommending. And then on the public health measures to respond to COVID, we set aside $700,000 in that first resolution, and we've used that primarily for vaccine incentives. And we've had lots of clinics. Director Adcock and others have been so helpful in getting those done. And we don't anticipate using that full $700,000. So we're recommending a savings of $400,000 for that line item. And then you all have seen the community violence intervention programs that came before the board last month. And I know that amount was approximately 1.3 million total. And we are planning to use the remainder of that 1.5 million for part-time social workers at the police department over the life of these funds. And then the one-time bonus for eligible employees, you'll recall we did that in September. And that project is completed, and it did not cost the full 3.2, so you'll see $187,000 in savings there. And then we have the indirect costs, which we do expect to spend over the life of the fund. And then on the next page, we're moving on to the resolution from August 10, so I'm on slide 6 right now. And we had some software and IT upgrades for purchasing and planning that the board approved for $821,000 of Rescue Plan Act dollars, and some additional funding sources were actually needed to fund this. It did cost more than that, but it has been covered. And then on the broadband at East Little Rock, we're in the process of getting quotes for this, and that will drive how much funding we have for hotspots at parks. So we do expect to spend that full $337,000. And the same is true with the equipment for use at public meetings. We anticipate spending that full $100,000. On the water and sewer infrastructure, the drainage projects, we do anticipate spending all of that. And then when you switch to slide 7, I erred and did not, you see a duplicate there. So we're only doing water and sewer infrastructure and drainage projects once for a total of $3 million. So sorry for the typo. But then we have some additional infrastructure that is water and sewer related to support future affordable housing sites. And we had originally budgeted $240,000 for this. And as the project has come together, we could do 14 lots that are all together. And the cost is much larger than the $240,000. So we are proposing putting an additional $710,000 into this line item for a total of $950,000 for this infrastructure. And then we also are in the research and planning phases on how to spend that $1.5 million to address homelessness. And then you also see the indirect costs, which is 5.5% of that resolution from the 10th. So the next slide walks through, it's just a basically bulleted change in all those amounts. So as a reminder, right now, the unobligated balance, if we change nothing, of the first tranche, we have $923,000 unobligated. But we have recommended a few modifications here. So again, that's a savings of $3,000 on some IT upgrades, an increase for fire apparatus, a decrease in the COVID mitigation and prevention incentives that we were doing, and then a decrease in the total amount that was obligated for the city employees since the final cost was less than what we allocated, and then increasing the amount for infrastructure to support future affordable housing sites to bring that to a total of $950,000. So if the board is amenable to all of those things in that bulleted list, the new total unallocated amount of the first tranche will be $712,000. And then in terms of next steps, if these are acceptable to the board, then we plan to bring forward a resolution to outline those allocation changes, and then bringing forward a proposal later in the month of April on how to spend the $700,000 remaining. And I'm happy to take questions.
Director Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A couple of observations. First, and maybe it's just me, but I'd like to see totals on these columns. At the end, at a bottom line, it shows the total. So if we can get that, it'd be easier for me to follow along with, maybe some others too. And then the unobligated money, which is, you pointed out, was $923,000. Didn't we find another $200,000?
So what you're referring to is in the $1.5 million for the community violence intervention programs. The total of all those community violence intervention program contracts that came through was about 1.3 million. And then we did move the FAB 44 over to PIT dollars, and that was 200,000. So that would have been a total of about 1.5. But what we're suggesting now is using the remainder on part-time social workers at the police department. So that would leave the 1.5 at 1.5.
Yeah, it was, it's kind of confusing to me to follow along with it. I don't have the totals and things in front of me, but this is different from the initial amount that we had found, this other 200,000 that you're making reference to, because to me, we'd have, instead of 923, you'd add another 200,000 or so to that to give us another picture. Then you'd go over the rest of this. It's just kind of confusing for me to follow along with this. It's a lot of numbers coming at me pretty fast, but what would help me is totals, then making reference back to that 200 that we had. You just explained it, but it's not in writing.
Sure.
And so it's just, I
understand. And there is the memo from March 18 as well, but yes, I will add totals.
So the memo, I'd like to, instead of a separate memo, just if you could just put it all in this one document.
One spreadsheet.
And I could see it. And then, of course, I'm following along with some of the movement and things, which is great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But certainly, if I could see, because I'm remembering meetings that we've had where we've identified more money, and then this doesn't show that money, but then you explain it separately. If I could just have it all in one report, it would be helpful to me.
Yes, sir, I'll get that done.
And I think what happened is in the memo under community violence intervention, it said the board approved community violence intervention programs totaling approximately $1.2 million. The remainder will be used to hire part-time social workers at LRPD with the remaining allocation. But when we came over here, we didn't show that in the chart. Okay.
Thanks.
Director Wright?
Mayor, my question is regarding infrastructure, the drainage, water sewer infrastructure. And you got listed here 3 million for drainage projects. I have a street that at least 2 houses are flooded out every time it rains. And Mr. Moore and I have discussed this. Actually, we did a site visit over there, and I recall that some work was supposed to have been done to try to dig out the drainage ditch to try to get the water to flow. That's not working. The resident that contacted me, her homeowner's insurance has canceled. She can't get any. She does have flood insurance, but that doesn't replace her belongings every time her house floods. So can any of these funds, Ms. Cox, be used to address that situation?
Well, for the $3 million that the board has allocated, the projects are already in process.
That's what I thought, but you have this remaining money.
You're right, there is a $712,000, yes, I mean, it could be, it's possible.
So it would fit with what the instructions say we could spend it for. All I'm asking for is if Mr. Moore and his staff will look at that situation and see how we can address this to get some relief over there. I'm being inundated with people calling me about drainage problems. And this one has been lingering, and we tried to do something, and it's not been effective.
Director Wright, we'll look into that by just in understanding drainage issues. There may be one resident issue.
It's more than one. It's happening to more than one house, but hers is the worst.
Right, so if it's happening in one house, you actually kind of have to do it for the entire area.
It's going to be for the whole street, because if you fix one problem, it's going to push it down the street.
And it costs a lot more than $700,000. That's
Well, you don't know that because you don't know anything about the situation. He does. So let him at least tell me, evaluate it.
Director Wright, we're doing a drainage project right now for a whole neighborhood. I want to set some expectations for it. That's all. But we'll make sure we look into
My expectations are clear. I got drainage issues.
We'll make
All
sure.
I'm asking for, this is a pot of money.
We'll look into it.
Unallocated.
And we'll look into it.
Can we look at this?
Yes, we will. We will.
Because those people watch these meetings.
Understand. And that's the reason why I wanted to set the expectation that those type of drainage projects cost a lot more than $700,000, but we will look into it.
Oh, also too, Mr. Moore, the 36th Street Bridge, that's been lingering for quite some time as well. So I don't know if that would fit any of this money or not. But that staff and I had a meeting about that, and they told me that they thought they could put the pedestrian bridge across there because the bridge could stay, but they would have to retrofit it so people could actually walk across and get to the other side, and then they could put in the sidewalks. So that project may fit this.
I do want to point out that part of our recommendation on the changes is $700,000 to support the infrastructure for those 14 lots.
I understand. That's not the point.
But I mean,
I'm telling you about an issue that's been brought to me. This is money that has been unallocated. All I'm saying is these are 2 areas that I'd like you to look at. So I'm not asking you what you have done to address something. I'm asking you to address this. And I don't feel like I should have to defend me bringing forward issues that my constituents have brought to me, and they're listening to this and they're hearing, well, there's some unallocated money. How come she's not asking for it?
Any more comment, Mr. Moore? Director Cox, any more comment? Oh, Director Computers, sorry. Director Computers.
Emily, just a couple of procedural questions. Under proposed next steps, it says on the 5th of April, you'll outline the allocation changes for which there's consensus. How do you establish consensus?
Well, obviously I'm taking the board's feedback tonight, and
You have to speak up, and
Sure, we're asking for your feedback tonight.
Well, I know, but you've given us this, and now you're going to say on April the 5th, we're going to do it, and this will probably be the last time we discuss it between now and April the 5th.
April the 5th is next Tuesday. That is true.
What's that?
April the 5th is next Tuesday.
I know, that's what I'm saying, is that you want consensus on something where there's where Virgil's right, there's 900,000, there's $1.1 million. I'm a little lost on exactly how much money we're talking about, but you want us to vote on consensus just on the changes that you made? Is that the?
I'm asking just on the changes, yes.
If you look at page 8, Director Computers.
Yeah, I see that. I mean,
just those bullet points.
Yeah,
and not even deal with the unallocated of the 712. I mean, that's going to come back up to you all.
Right, but that brings up my next point, and that is that the staff, not us, will bring back recommendations. Are you going to bring back 10 recommendations that we can choose 3 from to spend the 700 or 900 or 1.1?
Let me interrupt. Not interject.
What's that?
Let me interject. On the 5th, which is next Tuesday, which you all would see this Friday, are just these items that are bullets, not that last bullet. We're not even going to deal with the unallocated. In other words, these are things that you all voted on, and we want to be able to move forward with the fire department buying a pumper.
And Bruce, I don't disagree with any of them, but is consensus means you're going to present it today and we vote on it in a week? Is that consensus?
Yeah, I mean, we're only dealing with just some really minor changes, except the.
And there's nothing on here that it's just, I'm getting like Virgil, I'm getting frustrated. There's this much money, and then the last one's what really gets me, is we're going to bring back changes that we're going to vote on later, and it doesn't say staff and city board will bring forward proposals in the remaining unallocated. It says staff will bring forward a proposal. I mean, when do we have input into where you spend that extra money?
And Director Computers, I know we've been here late. Let's all remember, Director Cox did the same presentation last year for the board, late last year. We allocated and funded all of this money. We're still in the first tranche. As we have allocated those dollars and went towards getting the contracts out, there are certain savings because certain things happened. And so now those savings create the $700,000. Certain things change because the firefighters needed the pumper. When you go out for bid, certain dollars get changed. And so now these bullet points that Director Cox not only shared on March 18th via email to you all and have presented, this is the request of things you've already voted on, but because there are certain changes in dollar amounts to continue to move forward, that's the vote. In regards to the $700,000, in that same email that was sent by Mr. Moore, said that we will discuss the $700,000 at a later date. She's just relaying the report that was emailed to you all again. And then, of course, we'll have a conversation like we did with the allocated amounts that you all voted on. So that will come in. April 5th will not be a vote on the $700,000.
And thank you, sir. But I agree with you.
Yeah.
And there's nothing on here that, at least on first reading, but this goes back to the principle of how we do things. And I don't see anything on there. I want the fire department to have a pumper truck. And if it takes $70,000 to do it, great. I mean, that's cheap. That's for what we're doing. But when it goes back, the second one is what I have a question about. When do we have input before the staff brings something back? And I don't see that step in there. There's not a step. We'll bring back a proposal after we talk to the city board and get their suggestions. I mean, and that's we've now spent how much money in this first tranche?
We've allocated almost over $17 million.
And I think we've spent most of it pretty wisely. But we've got, as Virgil has said many times, we've got this money sitting out here, and when do we have the opportunity to say, this is what we think we ought to do? You gave us the categories. You gave us 5 categories we can spend it in. I mean, do I call you and say, I'd like to go to number 3 and I'd like to do this in number 3? Is it, I mean, when do we get our input in this? And that's my problem. And that's my frustration with what we're doing right now.
Well, and I think part of the reason we're here now talking about this is to get feedback.
Well, that's my feedback that between bullet part number 1 and number 2, there needs to be a bullet part number 3. Please call me for your suggestions. Thank you. Here's my telephone number.
And Director Campiris, and we will add that to the bullet line, but I just want to remind board members, the reason why we even have this policy agenda that you requested is to have discussions. And so she's presenting. That's the reason why a week before we have this meeting, she sent out an email to the entire board. So you all are prepared when you come here to ask questions and discuss. What I'm asking, what Mr. Moore is asking, what Director Cox is asking, because there's been a couple times today where the things that have been asked that we've sent, the staff works hard to send information, and we try to get this information to you before the meeting so everyone comes to the meeting prepared to ask questions. We'll make sure we'll make that amendment. We'll write down what you just asked there, but the agenda meeting and the policy meeting is meant for discussion so staff can go back, because every time, what happens, for anyone that doesn't know, whenever there's a board meeting, you all make certain comments. If you ever watch, Mr. Moore has a blue pen, he's writing everything down. The next morning, there's a whole entire staff meeting based on how do we respond to the feedback that the board has. So what we're asking is, please, these are the reason why we have these meetings. So when we come to the board meeting, then most of the questions are already answered. That's all we're requesting. So do you have any questions, comments?
No, I appreciate the first list. I appreciate the list of things we can look at, but I don't think that without my input that I'm gonna feel very good about the 6 or 8 or 1, whatever the money left that
$712,000.
Gonna tell me in the end how much is really left, and that's my whole point is that I want to be part of this.
It doesn't happen without you, Director Campiris. There's not a dollar spent that you all don't vote on. And so we're asking, what we'll do again, the reason why I was sent last week is to let you know there is going to be savings of $712. And so, to Director Miller's credit, that's the reason why on March 1st, Director Cox said, hey, this is the $900,000 because that was discussed. This is what happened with the community violence reduction. That delta of $200,000 has been used by LRPD because they needed to hire. They started getting influx of those part-time social workers. That's what netted it out. That's why you have the $712. That was explained. We'll take that feedback as you shared. I agree with you. Following charts, have those totals. We'll make part of this meeting having that feedback. We'll come back to the next meeting and make sure you have those totals rather than just reading the PowerPoint slide and show it kind of how Director Linehan provides her financial statements. And so we'll do that for this. And so that's the reason why we have this meeting. So we want to get as much feedback from each of you as possible, but nothing gets passed without you. And so just like everything, with the 712, like we did with the first tranche of the 18 million, staff is going to bring forth a number of different recommendations based on what your feedback for that. And so and we've heard your feedback because you've given feedback on the 18 million. It's just 700,000 of what you've already shared. And so based on the feedback that you receive, you've given us, and also anything that you give us today, it'll come back before the board, and then the board will decide whether or not you like that all the feedback was received, and then there'll be a vote. So just thank you so much. Director.
To make sure that there are no FOI problems, if you call Emily, she needs to say X for X by Director X and keep a list of that so that there will not be any problems with our Freedom of Information Act.
True. Vice Mayor Hines, is your hand still up?
Yes, thank you. just a small error I just picked up when I was looking at this. On page 6 and page 7, we have water and sewer infrastructure drainage projects, $3 million listed twice. Maybe that was where the
Yes,
300,000 for the
Well, no-
social worker should have been, or not?
Well, I mentioned in my presentation that I just
Okay, I didn't-
noticed today,
Yeah.
well, sitting in this meeting, that I had it listed twice. So you are correct. It's erroneously on there
All right,
twice.
no problem.
The
So
bottom of 6 and top of 7.
point that out.
Thank you.
So here's my other question. So on page 6, well, hang on. I'm trying to flip back and forth between the pages. So on page 7, the investment in, it's all on the same page. All right, that's why I was confusing myself. The investment in affordable housing and efforts to decrease homelessness, the 1.5 million, is that related to the 14 lots that we're doing?
They are separate. The answer
Okay.
is no. The 14 lots is the line above that. That's $240,000.
Okay.
And it costs a lot more. And so we need we're proposing another $710,000.
I'm not a developer, a land developer, but I got a lot of friends who are, and I can tell you that if you take the 240,000 and the 710,000, that's 950,000 for 14 lots. If it costs 67,857 per lot to develop them in West Little Rock, that would be a $300,000 lot. Because what I'm trying to tell you is I want to break down how this money's being spent, because if for this, you should be able to put in streets, drainage, landscape, and almost build a part of the foundation for this. I've got a real issue with the total amount here if it's just going for water and sewer infrastructure, and it's termed as infrastructure to support affordable housing sites. Now, and I get it, it's more expensive if the housing sites aren't contiguous, but it costs about $3,000 to run a water line and about $3,000 to run a sewer line. So
I'll get the detail from.
I'd like to see a lot more granular detail, because either we're being taken advantage of, and I know we've had some inflation, but I've got developers who are doing lots right now, and I know what their lot cost is on the land, and we're not having to buy the land, correct? This is land bank, so we already own the land?
That's my understanding.
Okay, that's something I want broken down in more detail as to what we're spending that money per lot, because I can tell you $68,000 per lot for basic infrastructure then to be able to build on is way too much if we're not having to buy the land.
I'll get the detail to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
am I next?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Regarding the drainage and regarding the bridge and all of that, staff had been looking at this, and they I don't know what funding they have, but out of the 712, some of that could probably help them maybe move something forward. I don't know. Regardless, I just like it to be looked at. And
Director Howard, we'll get that. We'll put that in the email to you all as well.
thank you.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple thoughts. I'm looking at the PowerPoint myself, and just to reiterate Director Miller's point, I would like to see those totals and kind of broken down the way he mentioned. But on page 8 of the PowerPoint, I do not see where it talks about the social workers. They're not included there.
It's not listed specifically on the PowerPoint. It was in the memo from March 18, but you're correct.
Right, but, okay, so I get that, and I saw it there, but I was understanding the conversation tonight that next week, or our discussion tonight about what we're going to vote on next week, are the 5 bullet points on page 8. So technically, there are 6 bullet points.
Maybe this can help clear it up. Those 5 bullet points, those are changing categories.
Right. But so is
the social workers are coming out of the community violence. So we didn't have to change that category, but the point is well taken, and we should have noted it. It is in the memo, but we should have noted it in the chart. So that's the difference. It's staying in the same category, because if you look at the actual category, it says we're going to spend the entire 1.5 million, but part of the way we're going to spend it is hiring those social workers in the police department. So we should have added it into the PowerPoint, and I'll take responsibility for that.
Mr. Moore, going forward, just an effort just to make sure we just oversupply information, when we're sending out, because it's a lot of information that the board members are getting even on Fridays, can we just make sure that staff kind of create a board book of anything that's been sent to the board that may be germane to the upcoming board meeting, just so they have it readily available? Thank you. Director Wyrick?
I had a couple other things, Mayor. I wasn't.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. I'm happy to hear about the progress of some of these allocations. I would suggest that we do something that shows when these projects or certain things are completed. So when we had the 1 cent sales tax or whatever, 3/8, I'll see signs around town of like project completed or your sales tax dollars at work or something to let people know that, hey, we're being good fiscal stewards of these resources, and that they can see something tangible from these projects. So I would make that suggestion to city staff. And then my last question is the $700,000. I know we're not voting on that next week. That's very clear to me. When can we address that would be my question.
My intent would be in the month of April.
Okay. And I guess, Director Cox, my request would be, I know there was a conversation a couple weeks ago about some of our community centers being closed on the weekends. I don't know if some of that $700,000 can be used for programming at the community centers. Maybe, I'm just thinking out loud, but if that's something that you can look at so we can discuss it in April, I would appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Director Phillips,
I'm done now, Mayor.
All right, and Director Phillips, I believe that issue was corrected. It was a staffing issue. Dunbar Community Center is open on the weekends. This past weekend,
I'll just mention in general, if there's programming things we can use this money for, just in general. Basically what I'm getting at, Mayor and City Manager, I don't want the money sitting in the bank. I want to use it. So that's all I'm getting at.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Wyrick?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question about this water and sewer infrastructure. When this money first came to us, we talked about that we were going to do drainage work to Yorkwood and Swaggerty Creek. Is that what this $3 million is for?
Yes, ma'am.
That is?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and also a couple of projects in Ward 3 as well, but yes.
Sometimes with these bullet points, and I appreciate the information, and it's, to the point, concise, but it just hit me that, well, I don't know what happened to the Yorkwood drainage. So it is in that $3 million.
Yes,
Yorkwood, Swaggerty Branch, as well as in Director Webb's ward. I can't remember the actual street. It's Barton, I believe, maybe.
I think it's Rebsamen, Midland, and G Street at Monroe.
Gotcha.
Well, that dwindles that $3 million down, doesn't it?
And their public works are going through the design phase and all that type of stuff.
So the money that's in here it's the proposed amount, but it's not finalized or maybe not even in progress yet.
No, you all, funding has been allocated. You voted on it. Staff are moving forward on processing everything. Again, what because, as Director Doucette says, sometimes once you guys pass it, there are changes that have to be made in the midst of everything. And so when there are changes made, we want to bring it back to the board. And so, of course, these are the changes that should be made as a proposal to the board. The board will say yes or no. So that's why we're bringing it back.
Do we have those details? Have we been given those details through all these many months?
We get the emails, yes.
In regards to like drainage projects, what all was under that? Because I remember Yorkwood and Swaggerty Creek, but I don't remember anything else. So do we have details about all the projects that are under that?
The table in the memo mentions Swaggerty and Yorkwood and the Ward 3 projects. And if you want very specific information from Public Works beyond just knowing where they are, I'd be happy to have them put that together for you.
Because I didn't remember seeing anything else in there. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Director Wright, is your hand still up?
Yes, I got a question. You mentioned, I remember Swaggerty Creek, I remember the Swaggerty branch, and I remember Yorkwood, and I knew that Ward 3 had some drainage issues. How did you all decide to do those streets?
If we'll go back, now 9 months ago, maybe, we had several meetings. You all shared different things. I believe, if my memory is correct, there was the government, there's part of the fee you can use government, what's the phrase that they use?
Well, this is the category is the drainage.
These particular projects were.
And they were ready to go. They were on the list anyway. They were going to happen. And so we knew that we could spend the Rescue Plan Act funds on them.
Okay, so I asked that question to ask, what's the difference between that process and me bringing forward tonight the drainage issue that I'm having that's been ongoing, I know for 3 years, that because we went out before COVID and did a site visit on this. So all I'm saying is, because every time I bring forward something that constituents have brought to me, I'm questioned and made to feel like, well, you're asking too much. And I just don't feel like I should have to feel that way when I'm bringing forward a project or issue that I would like to see addressed. Somebody had to bring forward those streets.
2011 sales tax. Yorkwood was on the 2011 sales tax.
Excuse me?
Yorkwood was on the 2011 sales
I understand that. I remember all
I don't know
that.
about Swaggerty.
I'm just asking about why certain directors are made to feel certain ways if they are, bring forward things. So you have to have input from somewhere. I don't talk to you all that much. I think we talk enough here. So Mr. Moore doesn't call me, you don't call me, so how are you going to get my input if we don't get it here? That's all I'm saying. I'm just putting it on the table. No response needed. I just needed to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, members of the board? Director Cox, any more final questions?
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your hard work. We do appreciate you. Mr. Moore, any comments about American Rescue Plan Act? Any more questions or concerns from members of the board before we adjourn? Director Wyrett?
A couple of things. There was an item that came before us, and it's been a few months ago, and I don't recall it coming back up, but it was to increase the amount of money that someone had to pay for a permit in order to do work on their homes, maintenance. There's a certain amount, I think it was $500, before you had to get a permit. And an item came to us that raised that amount, and it was pulled down. And I was told it was going to come forward, and I haven't seen it. I don't recall it coming forward. Maybe it did, and I missed it. Okay, so what's the holdup on that?
I believe that I think it was part of the budget process, and but usually we would present to the board those increases as part of the budget process, and that didn't happen, so that's why it was pulled.
Well, with construction the way it is now and the cost the way it is now, it just seems to me that we should increase the amount so people can do repairs to their homes. It's hard for you to do 2 windows for $500. And if we expect our neighborhoods to be kept up, that might be a savings to them, that they wouldn't have to go through that process. But it was supposed to come back up. I was told it was going to come back up, and it didn't, so I was just check. I think it's something we ought to look into. The other thing that happened last week was I had a conflict about someone trying to replace an existing fence. And it was the normal size fence that's on our books to put in, an existing fence. And the family had to go through this permitting process where they had a list of utilities that they had to call in order to find out if they can build a fence. Well, the fence had been there long enough that it had deteriorated, and the city was asking them to go through this process and get a permit. And I said, well, if it's been there, and I'm told this is a law that's been out there since Ned was in the first reader. So if that's the case, then I asked, well, did we not get a permit to start off with? And I was told that there potentially could have been a permit, but all the data didn't transfer from the old system to the new system. To me, if we've got a person that's wanting to spend money in their yard to replace a fence, they shouldn't have to go through that, jump through those loopholes in order to replace a fence. Now, I've been told that the reason for it is because maybe it's on somebody else's property, but I would think prescriptive rights would come into play there. I just think it's an overreach on the part of the city for someone to have to go through this gyrations. As far as I know, they've been doing it for like 2 weeks, and they still don't have all the answers from all of the utilities. So I would like for us to look at that process. Third thing is, Mr. Moore, you and I were supposed to do a site visit to 3 Lamont. That was a drainage issue, and the lady has damage to her house, and she's wanting us to look at that. So we need to get that back on our agenda to go look at. The other thing is on Vimy Ridge Road, where you come out of Amazon and you make a right on Vimy Ridge Road and you go across the railroad track, there's this huge ditch. Now, it's wide up to the railroad track, and it's wide on the other side of the railroad track, but there's a huge ditch there, and that's a safety issue. So I think we need Public Works to look at that. There's another issue at close to 12210 Vimy Ridge Road, same type of situation. And Vimy Ridge is one of those where you go wide, and then you go skinny, then you go wide, then you go skinny. But it's my understanding from the neighborhoods reporting there's a huge pothole where that situation is happening. So I'd like to get those on the books for Public Works to look at. The railroad track issue may be that it's railroad property and they have to do that. I don't know. It looks like to me it's on railroad right-of-way, but it's serious. It's a long drop-off down to the right of that road. So it's a dangerous situation. That's it. Thank you.
Director Computers.
It's the second quarter of the year, and I would like to start talking about our health insurance for the employees for next year.
We'll put that on the list. Any more questions from members of the board?
Yep, Mayor, last night at the State of the City, you were in the board retreat, so I didn't know if there was an update on that.
Mr. Moore, do you have an update?
We were going to talk about it at our staff meeting tomorrow with Miss Ashley. So we're looking at some locations.
Perfect. Thank you. Looking forward to hearing back.
Any more questions from members of the board?
Oh, I need to make Mr. Moore aware, one of my constituents that said that there was a hole in one of the bridges in Boyle Park on the trails. I'm not familiar with it, but I'd like you to have staff take a look at that. It's not far from where we dedicated the bench to the young lady, to the child that died. And I've never seen this bridge, but apparently there's a hole in there and they feel like it's getting bigger. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a blessed day.